Welcome to the JB Marks Oval here in Potchefstroom for the CSA One-Day Cup game between the Northwest Dragons and the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. My name is Tsep Watela. I'm joined here by Douglas McLeod-Elliott. How are you doing, Dougie?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. A nice humid day here in Potchefstroom, and the cloud cover with very little wind, making it a rather warm one.
Indeed. John Smuts coming left arm over. Looks like he overpitched that one. And Mutusami drives that one down to long on for a single.
Yeah, a bit of a tough start here for the Northwest Dragons. 18 overs in, having lost 4 wickets already.
Decent looking shot, but straight to a fielder. We've been seeing a lot of that throughout the day. A decent amount of control here from the Dolphins. Haven't been conceding too many runs and have also been taking wickets on a regular basis.
Northwest Dragons obviously coming off their first loss of the campaign not too long ago, 2 days ago at Newlands against Six Gun Grill Western Province, and there as well, batting unit didn't quite pull through for them.
A good looking shot here, but straight to the sweeper on the offside boundary.
Yeah, a bit of a rebuild phase at the moment, as those early wickets have really slowed them down, and Dolphins bowling unit really putting in the hard yards and just keeping things really tight, and as you say, taking wickets at regular intervals.
Ooh, this one looked like it had a little bit of turn. Got to that one a little early, did Mutusami. But he survives as the Northwest Dragons move to 62 for 4. Both batters in. Oh, sorry, my mistake. Mutusami on 8 of 15. Brits 9 of 19.
After 19 overs, the score currently stands for the Northwest Dragons at 62 runs for loss, 4 wickets.
As you can hear in the background, we've got our guys on the PA just informing the rather small crowd that's out today. We do have a few spectators on the grass banks, but not too much to brag about.
Great way to spend a Sunday here. And it's a pleasant day. Yes, there is cloud cover, but as you mentioned, Dougie, not too much wind here. All around quite pleasant. So Brian continues off the back foot, a punch from Brits straight to the man at long on. A good single, and if I were the Northwest Dragons, I wouldn't mind singles at regular intervals.
Yeah, look, to keep that scoreboard ticking, strike rotations, really important at this stage now. And it does look like there's something in it for the spinners, which is making conditions quite tough at the moment.
So Brian continues to his former teammate Mutusami, whooped off the pads into the gap between backward or short fine leg and mid wicket. But yes, a good period for spin twins to operate.
Just a bit of discussion now as to field placements, just bringing in that cow corner, and does look like they're going to keep that region open, maybe tempting him into a shot over the inner ring.
Chris Britt's definitely capable of some lusty blows, so no doubt it's on the cards. A decent line for that. Deciding to go for a front foot block. Deciding against the single as well.
Oh, it's a very loud call there for no.
It's all about eliminating confusion. A very good shot, just beating the man at short, third man, and great running between the wickets here between Brits and Mutusami.
Yeah, deciding to play that one very late, waiting to see what the ball does, and connecting quite well, but there is the man at that deep point region, as boundaries seem a scarcity at the moment.
For all batters, in fact. Only a few over-pitch deliveries, a few freebies have found the rope.
Yeah, the Northwest Dragons in their match at Newlands on Friday, a lot of batsmen getting starts, and I'm talking 6-7 batsmen in the lineup getting starts, and top score I do believe was Brits with 30, if I'm not mistaken, and they would have been very disappointed that none of them would have capitalized on those starts. As this one's just pushed to the man that's in short. That brings to an end the 20th over. The Northwest Dragons find themselves 66 for 4.
Yes, and it was 30 or 54 for Chris Brits against the 6-gun Grill Western Province. And it's been slow going for the Northwest Dragons today. It looks like the ploy is to get through the 50 overs and just see where you end up. Relatively precious about their wickets, the team from Potchefstroom.
They would have to be at this stage, having lost so many wickets up front, and it ended up costing them as well, not being able to bat out the 50. The problem is, though, they do need to find runs as well, generate a few runs, but this is a big rebuild phase, and this partnership will be vital going forward.
John Smuts to continue, left arm over. And this is what they're going to need to do. They're going to have to tickle the ball into vacant regions, try to put the pressure onto the Dolphins setup here, because they've been cruising. And you don't need to have lusty blows to get a lot of runs. You just need to play some smart cricket and can get your team over the line.
Yeah, lots of gaps. Once you pierce that infield, there are runs to be scored. Once again, just worked out into the leg side, keeping that scoreboard ticking. It's really composed stuff here from the Northwest Dragons. I don't think the Dolphins will be too unhappy with it either, in that they're not leaking too many runs. The run rate is at about 3.5 to the over, just below.
Slip comes in place for Chris Brits. Tries to get to the pitch of the ball. A good front foot punch straight to the man at long off. Keeping that scoreboard ticking, 69 for 4. 70 for 4, my mistake. Brings out the reverse sweep, looking for that gap on the offside. Looking to play it a little fine, but couldn't quite get hold of that.
Looking to get a bit creative with his stroke play. Obviously, the reverse sweep becoming more and more an integral part of the game.
Oh, looking to play it fine once again. Just a touch on it, not too much. And steals another single, does Mutusami. But yes, the reverse sweep. That's very much a staple of the Mark Boucher era, which is now over for the South African men's setup. It's a solid front foot defensive comes from Chris Brits. I can remember when he just started his tenure as the coach, he was really talking about bringing in some new shots into the player vocabulary, if you will.
Yeah, well,
and was just exploiting that region in the back region.
100%. But the modern game has adapted and changed quite a lot. There's almost been an explosion in the last, call it 10 years, as to the innovation of stroke play and bowlers needing to adapt to that. But John Smuts, obviously a very seasoned campaigner within the domestic scene, won't be giving away too many freebies there.
So Brian continues, rockets this one in to the pads. I'll take a little bit of fielding here from Petlukwayo.
Petlukwayo obviously grabbing himself a wicket as well in his very first over that he bowled.
Yeah, it looked like it was a ball that was made to be punished. And Pillay did exactly that, but straight to the fielder at backward point. It looked like a plan that came together.
So Brian just continuing to keep things tight here, bogging the Northwest Dragons down. The spin twins, as you say, are in operation at the moment.
I don't expect the Northwest Dragons to be going after the bowlers anytime soon, especially with the amount of wickets they have in hand at the moment. Just too many wickets falling at an early stage without runs being scored.
And I think that's also where they fell short against Western Province, is that it wasn't just that they were losing wickets, it was that they were losing them at crucial times.
A quick single here from Chris Brits, putting pressure on the fielder. And the pressure paying off for Northwest.
Yeah, just the first real sign of sort of intensity within the running of the Northwest Dragons. It's been very simple singles so far. Maybe starting to look to pressurize the fielders a bit more, as Dolphins have quite a tight squeeze there with their fielders in the inner ring.
And this partnership's been doing quite well so far. Correct me if I'm wrong, Doug, but I believe it may be the highest partnership in the innings so far. 30 off 53. Both Mutusami and Brits on 14 apiece.
It's 73 4 after 22 overs for the Northwest Dragons.
Yeah, it's been a composed rebuild so far, and I'm sure they'll be looking to bat as deep into the innings as possible, try and bat past the 35th to the 40th over, just to create some sort of launch pad towards the end of the innings.
Comes to the pitch of that delivery, does Chris Brits. Just drives this to the man at long off for a single. And a platform is exactly what Dwayne Pretorius, the next batter in, would love. Yes, this is the right sheet. It is. Dwayne Pretorius would be glad to see him back in action after just missing the T20 World Cup due to injury.
This one just worked out to the man at the deep square leg boundary as they go through for a single. Yeah, really good to see Dwayne Pretorius back in the fray. Obviously really good with bat and ball, and brings a lot, and has a lot to offer for this Northwest Dragons lineup.
Or a very, very dangerous wielder of the blade, if you will.
Very interesting team selection today. I don't know if it was injury induced, but Wesley Marshall sitting out. Obviously the big hitting Wesley Marshall, and yeah, it's very, I can't see why he would have been dropped.
No. I'm trying to think, it may be a change in approach, but Shaylin Pillay was also playing against the Western Province, and he was relatively conservative, and maybe Northwest Dragons looking to just finish their 50 overs, looking for batters that can stay in and not necessarily go big, maybe.
Your guess is as good as mine. As John Smuts just continues with that really tight line, 4 dot balls in a row to conclude the 23rd over. It is 75 for 4 at the moment, and Dolphins will be really happy with proceedings so far, as we have some of the coaching and technical staff roaming around the boundary ropes for the Dolphins, as just trying to get a better perspective on the game.
Now, they'll be happy with their bowling performance so far. We'll be looking for a wicket to just break this partnership to make sure that they stay in this driver's seat throughout the whole innings. As Subrian continues. Right arm around. Just whipped off the pads here. Nothing too fancy. Smart cricket this from the Northwest Dragons.
As you can see there, all the sawdust and sand that's out on the ground, just to sort of dry up the field after some heavy rains not too long ago, a few days back. And glad to see that all is in order for today's game.
Has been a lot of rain here of late. I know within the Highveld region.
And I'm sure that's also contributing to batting conditions being so tricky. It hasn't looked like the easiest batting pitch either, quite slow. It's got a lot in it for the spinners. And no surprise that batters are wanting to take their time.
The type of conditions that the Durban setup would thrive in. Humid, slow.
Yeah, very important point you mentioned there. I mean, a lot of the teams from the coast come up to the north, and conditions aren't exactly ideal, but in this case, probably is.
As close as you can get. And as we see, Mutsami just really trying to release the shackles here, trying to get pedal to the metal, but not quite finding the gaps yet.
It's another really good over from Subrian, as that one's only gone for 3 runs again. Just a slow continuation of that scoreboard tick over by the Northwest Dragons. We got the DJ who's found his voice, and got a few tunes playing in the background.
Oh, the Ed Sheeran bangers, eh? We gotta love him. Gotta love him. But yes, definitely a good vibe here for a Sunday.
Not a bad idea to come bring the camp chairs out, whip out the cooler box, and even a good old family day. Just spend some time watching some nitty-gritty cricket at the moment.
I'll literally just bring the fam, bring a book, wait for the big moments, enjoy them. Guided also. Work to the onside for a quick single. And we're seeing a lot more singles now than in the power play, which is a good sign for the Northwest Dragons.
Yeah, rather sort of conservative field from the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, as they do have quite a few fielders out. This one being pushed down the ground to one of them, as long off collects the ball. Do have a deep square on the boundary. Got a sort of a deep backward point. Oh, apologies, the left-hander now, so deep square leg.
Played to the onside for a quick single, maybe a casual single. Ran the first one slow, potentially a 2 there if it was a T20. But the conservative field placements that you mentioned, Doug, a very interesting point, and it ties into something you mentioned earlier. As this one driven straight to the man at cover, not looking to test his arm. But the point that you mentioned earlier about how the Northwest really struggle with their batting to really impose themselves. So maybe the Dolphins just saying, hey, you guys, we're going to keep you within your box. You won't be able to score big runs, not seeing many boundaries. And just backing their batters to chase down any total that Northwest could muster.
Yeah, that shot looking rather uncomfortable from Brits, as he caught the inside half of the bat. Haven't really seen too many shots that have come out of the middle of the bat. And as you say, Dolphins will be happy to chase pretty much anything that's set here.
Trying to exploit the little gaps here, Motusami. As he wraps up the over with a single. 83 for 4. A partnership up to 40 now off 70. So building something here, these two batters, Brits and Motusami, on 18 and 20 respectively.
Yeah, this partnership's absolutely vital for the Northwest Dragons' chances in this game, and it has looked relatively comfortable in that they haven't played any expansive or risky shots to sort of put themselves at risk, and I think it's been rather composed.
Composed or timid?
I wouldn't go that far to call it timid.
Fair enough.
It's a bit early to go on a counter attack of sorts.
And with not many wickets in hand either. Don't have that luxury.
It's interesting though, Northwest Dragons as a batting unit, usually very aggressive, very attacking. It's just a bit out of character, but a whole new challenge as a batsman to sort of shift that mentality into one where you just work the ball around, and I think they do have the right players at the crease to do that in Brits and Motusami.
Very capable of building a partnership, which they're doing now. And a vital partnership for their chances in this game. And can really lay the platform for the lower order. They can do a little bit of damage, but you don't want them in there for 10, 20 overs. Just a cheeky cameo in 5 overs. Get a few boundaries, lusty blows, and get back to bowling.
Oh, this time a little bit more of a risky run. Bosch getting onto that and taking a shy at the stumps. Just reminding the batters that there aren't any free runs here that aren't going to be worked for. As that brings to an end the 26th over. Once again, just been working the ball around, as we do now have a bowling change. As announcer on the PA has brought to everyone's attention is Bartman coming back into the attack, and Dolphins maybe thinking it's time to change it up, as the spinners have done really well to restrict the Northwest Dragons.
Just looking for maybe something to break this partnership that's been building here. Just quietly, not seeing a lot of boundaries, but you can definitely feel that if this goes on, they could really get a big score. And they look like they have no signs of slowing down, these two batters. So Bartman coming in, who struck earlier with his 3rd ball of the day, looking for another strike now.
This one leaning onto it, he's driven it into the covers. A sprawling effort, but not being able to stop it, as there is cover out in the deep. They do come back for a second. Otniel Bartman also really well known for taking wickets, and real attacking threat for this Dolphins bowling unit. And he's coming around the wicket, looking to angle it into Motusami.
Decent delivery, that. Definitely doing exactly what you mentioned, angling it in to the left-hander.
Found a really good line and length there. quite difficult to work away.
Showed some good adjustment as well on the money straight up. This left hand, right hand combo can be a bit troubling to some bowlers.
He's just guided this one down to that third man region, grabbing himself a single.
Very deft batting, classy batting here from Mutsami. Not doing too much, just enough to keep that scoreboard ticking, which is what the Northwest Dragons were begging for at the beginning of this innings.
Well, I mean, we have a look at it, and it doesn't sound like it, but 50 overs is actually a really long time, and a good rebuild here can set up a platform to launch from. Just doing their job, rotating that strike. There's still more than 20 overs remaining in this innings, so definitely not a time for panic stations just yet. The field has gone a bit quiet over these last few overs.
A little bit of a lull in the game here for the Dolphins.
Just taking the sting out of it are these two batters for the Northwest Dragons. But Dolphins bowling lineup more than packed with experience and wicket-taking bowlers. Bartman obviously being one of them. And he's got 6 overs remaining to bowl after this, so more than enough opportunity.
A solid outside block, if you will. A sideways block from Mutsami. So a sideways defensive, if you will.
And that does bring to an end the 27th over.
As the 27th over ends, it is 90 for 4 for the Northwest Dragons.
So Brian continuing now.
As the Hollywoodbets Dolphins player to do bowling work. Next is Brendan Brian.
Whipped off his pads here. Looking for the second run after running it hard for the first. But only the single in the end. And so Brian has some decent figures at the moment. Off his 5.1 overs, just conceding 15. So just going at under 3 and over. Yet to take a wicket though. But it's still looking hungry for one as Mutsusami punches this to the offside for a quick single. And that single brings up the 50 partnership for these two batters.
That's a fantastic effort from these two batsmen, with Northwest Dragons sitting at 43 for 4. They've just managed to steady the ship, and will be looking to continue to do so going into the rest of this innings.
50 off 86 balls. As they take a quick single to make it 51 off 87. But this is exactly the remedy that the Northwest Dragons needed. Not a lot of large big shots going around the park. Just two batters staying in and rotating the strike. It's as simple as that. Big swing here from Chris Britt. That ball looking a little bit too straight, but unable to get it fine enough to race to the boundary. Oh, a thick outside edge. There's going to be a race here for John Smuts. And is unable to keep that one in. It's 4 runs here. Fortunate boundary. But the expression is fortune does favor the brave. And he really threw everything he had at that one. And a thick outside edge, getting the ball to race to the boundary. 55 for the partnership now. 91 for the whole team. 27 for Mutsami, 26 for Brits. And this is all after 28 overs. $98 for 4, my mistake. I believe I said 91. It's Bartman to continue here, becoming right arm around to the left-handed Mutusami.
Oh, this one really well played. Steered down to that third man region. Lots of work to do as they do come back for a second. It's a really deft shots, just opening the blade as the 100-run mark has been reached by the Northwest Dragons. And I'm sure a huge mental relief as these two batsmen have found the 100-run mark without losing any more wickets.
No, and you said it right, Doug. It's about these mental milestones that you just reach after going one run at a time. After taking your time to build and accumulate runs, the milestones just make it all feel worth it. And taking this team to 100 for 4 after, as you said, 44 for 4 earlier is quite a milestone for these two batters.
He's had a real drive at that and just sounded a bit awkward off the bat. It didn't sound like the most solid connection as it goes to the field out in the deep. Yeah, those milestones, I mean, you're taught from a very young age to think in whether it's runs of 10 or, just those small milestones as opposed to looking at the bigger picture. It just keeps you sort of motivated as to, achieving those little milestones, and really does make a huge mental difference.
And if you're in the Northwest Dragons camp, you're probably feeling like you're more on the front foot now. Not quite on the front foot, just more on the front foot than you were before at 44 for 4. And there were talks of these two batting well together, and you can definitely see that now. Great communication, great running between the wickets, great rotation of strike. And some solid defensive work as well. But not just consuming balls on one side of the crease, putting pressure on the bowling team as well. That slow type of pressure that just builds up and builds up and builds up, and then, oh, we scored 100. Oh, how about that? If you're in the Dolphins camp, you definitely need a wicket now. You need a breakthrough. That's why the man Bartman is coming right arm over at the moment. Just seeking for a wicket here on that off-stump line. As they have the work to do now, the Dolphins.
Really nice over once again from Bartman, just conceding the 3 runs, and DJ playing some good old Justin Bieber classics. Not too many at the ground will be a fan, but we do have a few kids around, as we can see on the grass embankments, family getting all comfortable as the blankets are out. Really is a comfortable day to watch cricket.
My man, I could not agree more. The sun is not ravaging you. Clouds are out, not too much wind. A nice little tickle to the man here at deep square leg. But yes, a very pleasant day to watch some cricket out here. If you are in Potchefstroom, pull in. Tickets aren't too pricey. I believe the most expensive is like 50 Rand. Outside off stump, a decent drive here from Brits.
Just not able to pierce the gaps though at the moment. Still finding fielders on the regular. Just that one boundary, one about an over and a half ago, to speak of in what feels like an eternity.
For the whole innings, in fact, not too many big boundaries scored by the players here.
Bit of fancy footwork there from the fielder in that World Cup fever.
World Cup full of upsets, eh? Upsets left, right and centre.
Yeah, the continent of Africa represented in the semi-finals for the very first time in history. It's a really special occasion, and there's another dot ball there to complete the over. Just the one run coming from it. Yeah, with the semi-finals of the World Cup set, there's been a real World Cup fever since the knockout stages have started, and it's been real entertaining, let's put it like that.
It's very enjoyable to watch the little guy, or what some would call the little guy, pull off some upsets. Leaning on his back foot, on one knee, played that very late. Did well to beat the man at backward point, but the man sweeping at deep point did well to just pick that one up.
Yeah, for all you superstitious folks, we are on Nelson for 4. So if you are in the Northwest Dragons change room, you're putting your feet up in the air. Easily negated by Mutsami, not giving in to the superstition as they continue to just trickle over the runs, as JB Marks Oval has reached a bit of load shedding.
Yeah, an unfortunate reality here in South Africa. Load shedding, the grid just unable to handle the demands that the country's placed on it. Just an outdated system. There are tons of plans to fix it, but that's going to take generations. So for now, the solution is load shedding. But it's out of our control. What is in our control is the ability to watch cricket here. And we'll know that the Dolphins will want to take control back here, as the partnership's been allowed to build. Pressure's slowly being put on the KZN outfit.
We do have De Pavillon coming back in. And this time leaning forward onto it, pushing it out to that deep point region. Looked really good to start with, but once again finding the fielder.
And finding a single. Not quite finding the boundaries as of yet. But if you're in the Northwest Dragons camp, you're happy with the strike rotation, you're happy with runs being scored. No dot balls. Dot balls are the enemy. And wickets as well, and anything other than that, you're good to go. You're Gucci, as the kids like to say these days. Woo hoo hoo!
Fantastic delivery there. Just that back of a length that looks so good. And beating the outside edge of Brits, who's just coasting along, carrying on 27 or 58, one of the more threatening deliveries he's faced today. And just looking a little uncomfortable on that. De Pavillon, is he the man to strike for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins?
Squared up there. All ends up De Pavillon seeking that wicket. That off-stump line this time finds the middle of the bat, and the fielder wasn't able to find the ball there. Misfield not costing too much. Single goes through anyway, but it does release a little bit of pressure. I say release, there was no pressure being put on there. As this partnership continues to grow, 71 now of 116. And if the Northwest Dragons manage to get a result out of this game, this will be the partnership that does it for them. Ooh, 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 ooh. The amount of beaten edges from De Pavillon's bowling, absolutely astounding. He's been on the money all day today. A few loose deliveries, but definitely you feel that this is where they will get their wicket from.
Yeah, De Pavillon looking rather threatening at the moment. Brilliant action, is really entertaining to watch, is De Pavillon.
High intensity bowling. Just look at him running in now. Look at that. Oh, full toss. Banked to the man at cover. Quick single taken here. Cover not able to get their self up in time to negate that single, but just seems to have slipped out of the hands of De Pavillon. Going for that Yorker, missing his line, and could have really been punished for a boundary. So great fielding in the end from the man at cover.
Yeah, Sammy will be disappointed. It was a bit of a freebie, full toss. Every batsman's dream who's got their eye in. But once again, finding that fielder, as field placements really bearing fruits for the Dolphins captain.
This one whipped off the pads. Races to the man at fine leg. Quick single looked like Chris Brits was looking for a second, but did well not to go for it. It's 116 for 4 after 33 overs. Mutsami on 41, Brits on 29, the partnership 73. And we'll have to see if Subran will continue. Probably will. He has 2 overs left in his 10, and is probably not going to be used in that final power play. But who knows? Who knows?
So Brian coming in for his penultimate over. He's just kept things really tight, held up his end, and just making sure that there's no free flow of runs for the Northwest Dragons. Been really tight and tidy.
Oh, swatted over the infield and over the boundary rope. Chris Brits has come to party.
Yeah, Chris Brits opening up the arms there, taking on Sir Brian, just as we spoke about him, holding up an end, and been launched over the infield, just a few bounces to the boundary rope, as Brits has just demonstrated his ability to hit a few big ones.
The platform has been laid. He's earned the right to play that shot. And boy, oh boy, did he play it well.
This time rocking back onto the back foot. So chase on for the fielders. Come around, covered some good ground. And they do come back for the second. Brett's almost showing a bit more intent now, those last two deliveries. And have to wonder, is he starting to accelerate this innings? Is this the launch pad that they're starting to work from?
Good response here from Subran.
Just speeding up that delivery, giving him nothing to work with.
Also from Britt, just keeping it nice and tight. Another dot ball here. A lot of the damage has already been done. So Chris Britt just needs to see out this over. And does exactly that. Solid back foot defensive shot to wrap up Subrian's penultimate over here. 8 off it? Yes, just the 6, the 2, and the dot balls. Partnership of 81 now, after 34 overs, 124 for 4. And as you said, Douglas, this seems to be the launch pad now. The 35th over. Probably looking to release the shackles. Enough wickets in hand to do so as well at this point in the game. And a brilliant foundation as well. But that sees the introduction of the opening bowler, Ethan Bosch. With his loopy bowling, it's probably going to be a little bit difficult to get away. Change of pace, not as much pace on the ball as Darren de Pavillon.
Yeah, Dolphins just mixing it up, yeah, looking for a breakthrough.
There's that slower loopy delivery and that sideways block from Mutsami. Just finds the man at point. Yes, it's going to be an adjustment period here for the Northwest Dragons. Different type of bowling means a different rhythm altogether.
Maybe a more comfortable one for them. It's seemed to really take a liking to the Pavillon.
Indeed, as this one whipped off the pads, just missing his line here, a little bit too straight, Ethan Bosch. But yes, a relatively difficult bowler to get away. Was economical in the game against the Western Province. Only 27 in his 10 overs.
Well, we speak about economical. He's only gone for 12 runs in his 5.2 overs so far. Brilliant, brilliant bowling.
As I said, Doug, difficult to get away. Look at that.
Big cry of no. Just letting the whole of Senvest Park or JB Marks Oval know that there's no run there.
I'm expecting the Northwest Dragons to not do too much against Ethan Bosch. Doesn't look like they're showing too much intent here either. Maybe just some defensive shots and a quick rotation of strike.
Just getting together in the middle now, have a quick chat. Trying to figure out together what Ethan Bosch is doing with the ball.
Slower delivery, just guided to the man at third man, going for 2. Brilliant running after a deft touch, knowing that the man at third man has a lot of work to do to get to the ball. So that's some smart cricket here from the Northwest Dragons.
1 ball remaining in the over. And Britt just continuing his slight change in approach.
Finds the gap on the offside between point and cover, gets another single, and a decent amount of runs in this over. 4 off it as the players go for drinks. 15 overs away from the end. The Northwest Dragons, 128 for 4. It is Mutusami on 42 of 60. Brits, 40 of 70. And the partnership, 85 of 131.
Yeah, really, really good partnership so far. And we spoke about those milestones. They've now reached that 35 over mark without losing another wicket. And really giving themselves an opportunity, themselves and their team an opportunity to launch probably closer to that 40th, 42nd over. Dolphins, on the other hand, back to the drawing board. It's going to be a tactical team talk now as to how do they get this breakthrough. And I'm sure they'll also be expecting an attack soon as these two batsmen approach that 100-run mark.
Now it's a vital period here for these two teams. The Dolphins really need to get themselves a wicket now. Not really sure where it's going to come from other than Daryl de Pavillon. Ethan Bosch has done well to keep it relatively tight. But you're expecting the likes of Andile Petrogwayo to come back into the attack sometime soon. Maybe bring his variation here to take wickets. Was expecting him more in the middle overs, where he usually operates for the Proteas, but probably going to be used at the depth.
Yeah, look, Petrogwayo is definitely not shy of a death over. He's more than capable as well, bringing in those variations, and often does take wickets, and I think that's why they've withheld him as spinners in Sir Brian, and from the other end,
Before Ethan Bosch,
yeah,
it was John Smuts.
John Smuts, yeah.
But before that, it
Two
was
of
the
them,
Pavlon, yeah.
two of them really sort of holding out those middle overs, with the seamers joining the party a bit later. It's been a very subdued middle overs period, nothing too extravagant. The Brits has recently just dispatched of one onto the grass banks, but other than that, it's been very much rotation of strike and just getting a feel for the rhythm of the game.
Yes, the Northwest Dragons really starting to get the rhythm of the game now as the sun breaks through the clouds. And we can see it now on JB Mark's oval. The shadows starting to show themselves. Shade starting to become a little bit more precious as the skies clear up. Ample room, ample space for you to come in. JB Mark's oval, catch yourself a tan. Get a little bit of sunlight there. Not the dishwashing liquid. And it's going to be Sir Brian to wrap up his spell here in the middle overs.
Yeah, so Brian going for 34 in his first 9, just holding up that end for the Dolphins.
And Brits on strike now, eh? We're definitely going to see something happen in this over. A wicket, a boundary, something.
Just rock back onto that. You have to think if Sir Brian tosses it up a bit fuller, Brits will be looking to attack as that mid-off is up.
Not going to toss it up at all. Fires this one in. So it looks like he's trying to be as economical as possible. Ooh, how did that miss the bats and the stumps? But it's a great response here from Subrian. Definitely feels like something is percolating in this over. Things might just bubble over relatively soon. Looking to just tickle this, so Brit's not really showing too much intent here. Some decent bowling from Subrian. Some glove love in the middle there, a quick fist bump. Mutasamy is probably happy with that. Rockets this one in. Ooh. And some great fielding there.
Top over so far from Subrian to wrap up his spell. 5 dots in a row. Is he going to finish up with a maiden?
Nope. As this one played to the onside for a quick single. So anticlimactic, going by my expectations earlier, as we see Andile Petlukwayo just outside your screen warming up. He's just come into the picture now. Expecting to see him very soon.
Subrian completing his spell there. Not able to take a wicket. Going for 35 runs in those 10 overs. So his job with the ball is done for today. As Ethan Bosch comes back for another over. Seriously impressive bowling figures at this stage. Just going at 2.5 to the over. And, really holding up his end well. Coming along with that wicket that he's taken. We are inching closer to the final 10 overs, that final power play.
Great front foot drive here from Chris Brits. Did well to put pressure on the fielder as well. Very difficult to pick up and throw. And especially when it has to be as quick as possible. You have to be another level of fielder to make that work. Ethan Bosch continuing where he left off. Economical, not looking to concede too many boundaries, any boundaries possibly. Off the back foot, straight to the man at point.
Yeah, both batsmen now into the 40s as well. Both on 42. Brett's a bit more sort of circumspect. He's faced 16 deliveries less at this point. And yeah, just continuing that accumulation of runs.
A slower ball now, and straight to the same man once again, proving difficult to get away. And yes, Ethan Bosch, the E in Ethan is for economical. Oh, finding the outside edge. And looks like it could have gone to the boundary, but there's some protection out there. And yet another single, not conceding too many runs here.
This one being pulled out into the leg side opportunity, and it is boundary time. Diving effort and some frustration that he wasn't able to stop that as Brits moves in within to one shot of that 50-run mark. He's just straight on his length there, has Ethan Bosch dropping it short, and Brits just pouncing on it, coming out the middle of the bat. Really good strike.
Now looking for the slower ball, but just missing his length. Ooh, and that one looked like it just sort of dipped towards the end.
Little bit of frustration from Bosch. Really would have wanted that boundary to be avoided, but unfortunately at this level, any sort of straying you will get punished. But nevertheless, just 6 runs from that over.
After the 37th over, it's 135 for 4 Northwest Dragons.
Does look like we are going to have some pace into the attack now. It is Andile Pehlukwayo. You were calling for it, were you, Tsepo? And
It was bound to happen. Only 2 overs bowled for the South African contracted man.
well, it does seem like he'll probably bowl out the rest of the innings with that that many overs available. And coming around the wicket to Mutsami. Be interesting to see if he does take him on, because that is often how Pehlukwayo takes so many wickets. His variations making it so difficult for the batsman, as he's just pulled out of that run-up. Maybe a few mind games here from Mutsami, just trying to ruffle the feathers.
Spanked. Leans on the back foot. Hits it square of the wicket. It's a man sweeping out there.
4 to East 50, 7 to partnership.
But it looks like business as usual here for the Northwest Dragons. Still playing their strokes. Still getting their singles.
Driven really nicely through the covers to the man that's out in the deep, as another single to trickle over.
200 partnership.
Partnership now moving on to 94. What a superb effort it is so far from these two.
And coming in at a dire time for their team after losing their captain and a top run scorer in Senokwane early. They really needed to tie things together here, and they have. Nothing too risky. Did well to also rotate the strike to get the pressure off their team. There's a stage when players were just stuck on one end of the crease, not rotating the strike. Just allowed the Dolphins to build up even more pressure. Right arm around, hits this into the air, but lands safely, very safely in fact, as the man at square leg is on the boundary. And the over ends with a single. No, sorry, just the left hand, right hand change, my mistake.
Okay, sorry, what did you say?
Slow ball, a very good ball. In line with the stumps. There is a sign of intent here from Mutsami, looking to just clear the inner field with a shot from the previous delivery. And this one off the back foot. Played to the man at long on for single to wrap up the over. And that ends the 38th over. Northwest Dragons 139 for 4. Both batters in on the cusp of their own milestones, while the partnership also 4 runs away from being a 100-run partnership. And as you can see in your screens, John Smuts will bowl the 39th over. Flight to delivery, played down the ground to the man at long off for a quick single.
Yes, and three to partnership.
So still very much business as usual. Just stringing together the singles now, the Northwest Dragons. Looking for singles all over the park now. Whipping this one to the leg side. And Brits now on strike, on the cusp of a half century. Ooh, and it's a big appeal for LBW, or a muted appeal rather. But looks like there's a little bit of turn, not accounted for. Flight delivery driven down the ground, and that will be his half century. .50 runs here for Chris Brits. And that's 50 off 85 balls. Second 50 of the tournament. Punched off the back foot by Mutsami, and yet another milestone here. And this time it's for the partnership, as the partnership goes to 100 now. 100 of 155 balls.
That brings the total to 143 for 4 for the Northwest Dragons.
143 for 4 now. These batsmen have done wonders for their team. A 100-run partnership at 143. A chunk of the runs coming from these two batters, just applying themselves, getting the singles, rotating the strike, not playing any fancy cricket. Andile Petlokwayo continues and somehow sneaks this past the bat of Mutsami. An exceptional delivery here from Andile Petlokwayo. Somehow sneaking that past the inside edge of Mutsami's bat. Mutsami's. This one a back of a length delivery, a late cut A beautiful looking cut. Would have raced straight to the boundary had he not found the man at backward point. What's Sammy doing well to get to the pitch of that, gets the line of that rather. Was well offside, took it to the onside and got himself a quick single. Dile Petlukwaya continuing and they're keeping it relatively tight. No release of the shackles just yet. It looks like that over against Prenil Subrian was just Prenilin Subrian was just a flash in the pan, a red herring if you will. Petlukwaya continue. Beautiful looking on drive here from Chris Brits. Not really flying with the strike at the moment, with the runs at the moment, but have amassed quite a partnership here. Down the leg side, given as a wide. So Andile just needs to regain his rhythm to try generate some pressure here for the Dolphins side. We're not seeing a build-up of pressure to manufacture a wicket. It feels like the Dolphins are just bowling to get through their 50 overs. Someone walking in front of the side screen. Just holding up play. A back foot punch straight to the man at mid-on. No run there. That wraps up the over. 146 for 4. And that wraps up the 40th over. Northwest Dragons are probably closer to the driving seat at the moment. Don't have a large amount of runs, but haven't lost too many wickets, have they, Dougie?
Yeah, really, the rebuild has paid off. I'd say it's successful now, as these two have brought them to that 40 over mark. 10 overs left, 6 wickets in hand. A very healthy position if you are looking to attack now, as John Smuts is in the attack.
He's coming left arm around the wicket. And this one spanked to the offside. The man at cover did the work. If he hadn't got a hand out there, that would have certainly been a boundary. He really powered that one. Did Chris Brits. Is that the sign of intent we've been looking for? It could be, It does seem to fancy himself against the spinners. Comes down the pitch this time and finds the fielder at long on. Just the single. Mutsami on strike now. And this one punched off the back foot. No run there. probably be looking to get Chris Brits on strike. Or just punch this down the ground to long on for single. One away from his milestone, but achieves another milestone for the team. As the Northwest Dragons now move to 150 for 4.
Brett's just knocking this down the ground as well. Getting with Sammy on strike as he is on 49. Be interesting to see if the landmark is the go signal for the attack as John Smuts comes in. And just like that, Mutsasamy pushing this down the ground and greeted by some rapturous applause from the dugout and the supporters that are at the ground today. He's reached that 50-run mark in 77 deliveries. It's an excellent effort as he's stuck it out with Chris Brits. Fantastic work from the lad.
A very good work here from these two batters to get their team to milestones. It's just milestones all round. 50 for each of the batters, 150 for the team, 100-run partnership. They definitely have the momentum on their side, but they'll be looking to make it count now. 150 is definitely not a defendable score, so there's still a lot of work to do for the batting team on what seemed to be a slow pitch for the batters. The only real pace we saw was from Darren de Pavillon.
Yeah, well, what they will also bear in mind is that they do have Dwayne Pretorius that can come in, and Duan Janssen, who's also got long levers to score a few runs. So pretty sure we'll see one of these two aggress very soon. How soon, I'm not too sure, as they still seem to be looking to eat away a few more overs. And Dile Petlukwayo in lots of conversation now at the top of his run-up.
The time is now as Mutsasamy sends this to the offside. Looks like he's showing a little bit of intent here, just throwing his hands at that one. But you'd expect that both players now are probably putting pedal to the metal. But there could be the argument made for the desire to just see out the 50 overs. You know, you don't want to be all out at the end of your 50 overs, or if you don't even finish your 50 overs. But the amount of wickets in hand make it seem like that might not be the case.
Yeah, it is what cost them against Western Province in the last game they played, where they just couldn't see out their 50, and that'll definitely be on their minds.
Comes down the pitch, but pulled back his length did Andile Petlukwayo, and a back foot punch, if you will, against the offside.
Get the feeling that we're going to be in for a few very entertaining overs now, as Chris Brits looks like he might be the man to aggress with Petlukwayo. You know, he does leak the odd runs here and there, but also a really good wicket taker at this point in the game. So it's even Stevens.
Sends this over the bowler's head, but straight to the man at long on for a single.
Sounded really good off the bat, and there were a few jeers from the crowd, the few supporters that are here today, making themselves heard. So they probably hope for that to travel a little further, but a little bit more intent in the stroke play from both of these batters.
No doubt about that. Oh, a short ball here from Andile Petlukwayo.
Yeah, as mentioned, he's got lots of bullets in the arsenal. He's got a very vast variety of types of deliveries that he bowls, and it's just in an experienced campaigner like him, so good at this stage. And this time deciding to drop it in short.
And a field change now. The man at third man comes into the circle, while mid-wicket goes to cow corner. This one played a little straighter, looking for two, but will decide against it, as the man from the square leg boundary does well to get to that ball as quickly as possible.
Yeah, we see that when Chris Brist was facing that previous delivery, completely packed on the leg side in terms of boundary fielders, no one in the inner ring, and just shows that the area of target that would come from Phehlukwayo's bowling. But this time with Sammy on strike, also heavy leg side packed field in terms of boundary riders.
Plays this to the offside and beat the man at backward point, but there's a man at third man to cut that off. So not leaking too many runs, just 5 in the over, so a decent over for the last power play.
Yeah, I think anything below 6 to the over will be something the Hollywoodbets Dolphins would enjoy and be happy with.
42nd over, it's 157 for 4. West Dragons.
Still 8 overs remaining, 48 deliveries. As the Northwest Dragons, what total are you looking at, Tepo?
Well, you're going to have to get over 200 first of all, and that needs to happen. That's likely with the amount of deliveries left. But 250 would be a competitive target on a slow pitch like this.
I think 250 is sort of best case scenario, as that would require them to go to over 10 to the over, which I don't quite foresee unless we see some real fireworks.
Yeah.
And there is another change in bowling now, as the spin has been taken away. John Smuts just coming back for that 1 over. I think with the change in intent from the Northwest Dragons, you wouldn't really want your spinners on.
Yes, well, they may bring you a wicket or two from time to time. You could also experience a lot of runs being conceded at the same time. So, not looking to take too many risks. Would rather do some containment. But to be fair, Bartman is also a strike bowler, considered a strike bowler. So the wickets that you could get here would be fantastic.
Lots of discussion about field placements between captain and bowler. Very vocal. Andile Phehlukwayo also had a long off position contributing, as it does look.
A big shot to the offside. Bounces once just before it gets to the sweeper. So Shackle's definitely being released at the moment.
Yeah, first ball intent once again with Sammy going over the infield, and with those 5 boundary riders, 4 boundary riders, really well placed. It is with Chris Brits on strike now. Got a deep square, cow corner, a long on. Long off has come up now, and a sweeper on the offside.
Sends this one to the vacant onside region. There's no one square enough to pick that one up. Well, actually bisects the two fielders very well, does Chris Brits. A little bit too straight from Bartman, and got the treatment it deserved. A great shot here.
Chris Brits just deciding to walk across the line of the ball, and as you say, bisecting those fielders so well, and getting a maximum. Great stroke. How does he respond? It's a really good follow up there. It's just worked to the backward point region, and boundary like that early on in the over, always putting pressure onto the bowler, as the first 3 balls have now gone for 8 runs. And there's pressure on Bartman with Mutsasamy on strike.
has conceded a run in every ball, at least one. And out of the 3 balls, 2 singles and a 6. So job already done here, but it's not over as this one in the air and just put down by the boundary rider. A despairing dive. And he wasn't able to get there.
Yeah, an excellent effort out in the deep. Lots of ground to cover. And did put in the diving effort, but with Sammy also not holding back anymore. He's decided that he's going as well. Not going to let Brits have all the fun from the other end. And, probably not timing it as well as he would have liked. But once again, the intent very visible.
This time sending it flatter. And the other fielder on the boundary does well to stop that, to cut that off. But Sammy does well to make it another 2. So 4 off 2 balls.
Real appreciation from keeper Grant Rulofson for the fielding efforts out in the deep. Another 2 runs that are saved could be very vital in determining the outcome of this game. And an expensive over so far. There's 12 runs coming from it. Final ball. Bartman looking to close it off well.
Ooh, smashed over the infield to the offside. No fielder's going to stop that one. And eventually finds the boundary, Mutsami.
That was explosive. Probably the shot of the day. Just over the infield, connecting. Really sweet. And that 6 rounds off what was an incredibly expensive over. 18 runs coming from it. And as we look to that... the 250 target score probably for Northwest Dragons, that over would have helped them a lot to move towards it. Bartman, not too sure if he will come back after that over, because it really was expensive, as both batsmen deciding it's time to launch.
Really lacking some venom here, the bowlers. But yes, as I mentioned, that the venomous Darren de Pavillon comes into the attack.
De Pavillon going at less than 4 to the over so far in his first 7. And be a really good match up against Chris Brits.
And he has a wicket as well. So there was lots of respect given to the pace man throughout the innings.
I don't see much respect coming in these final few overs, that's for sure.
No, definitely not. They have a job to do, the Northwest Dragons. Already giving himself room over the top, inside out. 4 runs from the first delivery. Picked out the Yorker, saw it coming, and sent it to the boundary.
Chris Brits muscling that over the infield once again, inside out. And it's a brilliant stroke coming out the middle. It seemed like for a long time they weren't able to find the middle of the bat, but it seems to be all they can do at the moment. Brilliant. And we called for some entertaining overs. It's kick-started now. Brilliant to watch.
It's fireworks time here, Douglas. They've got the matches. They've got the powder. Shoo. And now we're flying. Whipped off the pads. There's a fielder there. Oh, and he's put it down. He's put it down. That was a must-take catch in the deep. And it's on the ground, Douglas.
Oh, pivotal moment in the match. That one flicked. It wasn't the easiest catch. And he just seemed to have lost his balance before going in for the catch, making it really awkward and difficult for him to take. And Chris Brits counting his lucky stars. But with no risk, there's no reward.
Oh, preach, Douglas, preach. This one whipped off the pads, but on the ground this time. Saves another boundary. Does Simelane.
Simelane, unfortunately, the man that's dropped that catch for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. But time will tell how costly that's going to be.
Yeah, no wickets taken since these two batters have come in. A mammoth partnership of 139, and now it's really starting to kick off. So the foundation has already been set. You feel the likes of Dwayne Pretorius, they don't sit around looking for tickling singles. He's definitely going to shoot for the boundary. So Dolphins need to get some wickets here and need to take the opportunities given to them. Seeing a field change here for the left-handed Mutusami. A short fine leg and third man. Backward square leg. Deep backward point. Oof. That one just raced past the batter.
Bit of a loose one there from De Pavillon, but to be fair, might have been his worst ball of the over, but it's the best results of the over that he's received. 7 runs coming off those first 3 deliveries and getting a dot ball. It's Mutusami missing out on that wide attempted Yorker.
I mean, there's a lot to be said about the wide Yorker. I know that's the South African cricket team definitely are an exponent of that delivery. Likes of Lungi Ngidi Andile Petlukwayo, always looking for that line. Oh, that one a little bit too straight. Punched through the offside.
Yeah, as he played that shot, you saw Mutusami's head go down for that run, and the intensity is just intensifying as these two batsmen look to generate as many runs as they can in these final few overs. With 37 deliveries remaining in the innings, it's crunch time now. Chris Brits up against De Pavillon.
Gives himself some room, spanks it over the bowler's head, but didn't really get hold of it as much as he would have liked. Plonk straight in front of long off to wrap the over up with a single. 183 for 4, 36 deliveries left, 6 overs, and the Northwest Dragons are definitely in the driving seat at the moment. So many wickets in hand, so they can just hoy, man.
6 overs remaining, as you say, Tsepo. And it does look like Bartman's being taken out of the attack for Ethan Bosch, who we've spoken about his economical nature of bowling. And it's never been more critical that he keeps those runs down. Momentum definitely on the side of the Northwest Dragons. This partnership has really accelerated over the last 4 overs as expected, and that's the exact foundation that we were talking about being laid, giving them the opportunity to play as freely as they are now. But Ethan Bosch, obviously with variations, that slight lack of pace that these two batsmen would probably want.
Well, that's exactly what's going to make this period of the game, or this over, a very interesting over. Looks very difficult to get away with his slow pace, loopy nature of his delivery. But he's going to try anyway! Chris Brits, he doesn't care! All he cares about are boundaries, man!
And that is a massive hit, the biggest of the day so far. Just that back of a length, he's leant back and launched that into that cow corner region. Some of the fans on that embankment finally getting some fielding practice of their own. Brilliant shot from Chris Brits. How does he respond?
Oh, that's what I want to know. Yeah, a full delivery. I was thinking, if you're Ethan Bosch, would you go with the short pitch delivery, or do you go for that full delivery? Because if you go full, you could be punished.
Yeah, I think you wouldn't want to be giving Chris Brits any airtime. So pushing it in as full as possible, that wide Yorker, probably the best option, because Brits showing he's really strong on that leg side. And might be a different story to Mutusami, but also very tall, strong man. And as for responses, that was a brilliant response. Exactly how you would be bowling to Chris Brits at this stage in the game.
Full pace delivery. Going for the fuller delivery once again. And Mutsami, a brilliant sweep to find the leg side boundary. Just a little bit too straight here, Ethan Bosch, giving Mutsami that leg side option.
Slightly unorthodox sweep there. Not many batsmen would be willing to take on that sweep, as this partnership has now surpassed 150 runs. Mutsami joining in the fun, hitting that one down to the boundary. Pressure now on Ethan Bosch.
Reverse sweep comes out and does enough to beat the wicket keeper. All it needed was an edge to run all the way to the boundary, and it's raining boundaries here at JB Marks Oval.
3 boundaries in 4 deliveries. Grant Rulofsson attempting to get a glove to it, and he did, but unfortunately too much pace behind the ball as it has run away to the boundary. Interesting that Mutsami is taking on the seamers with the sweep options, and once again it'll be interesting to see how Bosch responds.
Now, to be fair, Bosch doesn't have a lot of pace on the ball, and his slower balls are his superpower, if you will. And yet another slow-paced delivery just whipped off the pads by Mutsami. But not really applying any pressure here on to the Northwest Dragons lineup, who have now made it to 200 in 44.5 overs.
Was looking really grim at 43 for 4, and all thanks to these two, they're in a position now that they really will feel they can defend, where Chris Britz on 79. This one trying to bowl that wider Yorker, and probably gripping in his fingers a little more than he would have liked, and giving away another run in an over which has already gone for 17. It's another massive over here for the Northwest Dragons.
The value of wickets in the middle overs seems to ring true at this stage, because this partnership is just mammoth. 158 already.
Calls for 2 really early from Chris Britz, and it looks like they'll come back with relative ease. And you mentioned that that element of wickets. This is exactly where they fell short at Newlands 2 days ago, and they've gone to the drawing board, and they've consolidated really well and making sure that they don't lose at those critical intervals, which is exactly why, with 5 overs remaining, they're sitting on 203 with 6 wickets in the bag.
Well, the question is now, if you are in the Dolphins camp, where is your wicket coming from? You need to answer that question first and foremost, because just bowling balls, the batters are going to keep batting, and they're going to bat at you. They're going to come at you hard, especially since these batters are both in their both established foundations. They have nothing to lose at this point, and they still have wickets in hand. They still have the likes of Dwayne Pretorius, who can send the ball to the boundary. Duan Janssen, who some would say is the better twin with the bat.
Yeah, lots of batting power left. It is a very strong batting unit as a whole in terms of aggressing. And there's definite license for these two batters, and I don't think they've needed it. They would have been playing these shots anyway. It is Dupavlon coming in after what was a challenging over last time. 9 runs coming from his previous over. Great matchup waiting for us.
Should be given as a wide, and is going for that wide Yorker.
Yeah, that's always the difficult part of bowling the wide Yorker, is the fact that there's so little room for error, and quite often just pushing it a little too wide.
I'll have to bowl that again, Darren Dupavlon. And this one a bit straighter. Mutsami gets hold of that one, but finds the fielder sweeping on the offside.
Yeah, just grabbing an easy single for himself there as big man, the power hitter, Chris Britz comes on to strike. He's moved into the 80s now. Wonder how much of his headspace will be considering the three-figure mark that he might be approaching.
He definitely has the time to do so. 5 overs to get 19 runs. But their field is on the boundaries, oral, everywhere. Long off, long on. Cow corner. Deep backward square leg. And fine leg at an edge! Oh, while Grant Willifson was following the batter. An outside edge. Oh, just sidesteps him and races to the boundary. Take boundaries however they come.
Oh, very interesting mind games. Very interesting mind games there as all the fielders are out on the leg side, and then Chris Britz deciding to back away almost completely while De Pavillon was bowling to his field and probably bowling it into the pads if possible, but catching the outside edge and racing away to the boundary as the thunderous batting of Chris Britz has continued. We've heard our first rumblings of thunder at the ground.
Now a little bit of wind starting to roll in as the Pavillon continues. This one down the leg side for a wide. And just control seems to be lost here for the Dolphins, but it looks like umpires are calling a break.
That will be for the thunder that was mentioned. A few crackles and rumbles coming in, and the batsman taking a jog off to an applause on the sidelines. What a fantastic effort from the two of them. Definitely wouldn't want to be the ones that are running off the field at the moment with the momentum that they had. The Dolphins getting themselves a bit of a breather, as we hope that this is just a passing storm and that it's nothing too ominous, and we still have so much cricket left to play.
So much cricket left to play, so much cricket to talk about. The Dolphins will have a lot to talk about themselves. They need to answer a lot of questions, but the first of which has to be, where is the next wicket coming from? I've been struggling to answer that in the commentary box. I wouldn't say lackluster, but a toothless display here. Not much venom from the bowling display, besides from that early phase. But yeah, Dolphins need to answer these questions sooner rather than later, because what they have on their hands are two informed batters, a massive partnership, and just under 5 overs to fend out. But we'll return when the play returns, as play will be delayed due to the thunder and lightning. For the safety of the players, for the safety of the fans, we will see you very, very soon. We hope.
Good afternoon and welcome back to JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom as the resumption of this CSA-One Day Cup game has been given the go-ahead. We have unfortunately lost a few overs as the Dragons have 47 overs to set a score. De Pavillon coming in to complete the 46th over, and the arm's clearly a little bit stiff from the interval. The interval falling upon us due to some rather uncomfortable weather, lots of thunder around. There's a slight rain shower, but it doesn't really affect us too much. Tsepo Taela joining me in the comm box once again. Tsepo, 8 deliveries remaining. 10 deliveries, apologies.
Big 10 deliveries here as Chris Bridge just guides it into a vacant gap here on the onside. All fielders are boundary riders now, so it's a little unfortunate for the Northwest Dragons that their momentum has been stifled.
Yeah, look, they really were building up ahead of steam, and these two batsmen toiled so hard, and cricket can be cruel. All of that hard work, but having said that, they still do have 9 deliveries to try and capitalize with Chris Britz on 87.
It's Motusami who's on strike, or Chris Briss who's on strike now, looking for a second once again, but decides against it. Similar to the last delivery, but yeah, the Northwest Dragons were flying before the interval stopped. And,
yeah, very, very welcome sort of break for the Dolphins, but now what's so important is that those wickets that they haven't lost, especially when we look at Duckworth, Lewis and Stern, massive that they don't lose any more wickets.
Coming from around the wickets, just opened the face of the bat. Very classy shot from Mutsasamy. He's been an exploiter of the offside throughout this innings and did well to place that shot as well.
Yeah, so this De Pavillon over, it's been a real lengthy one without looking at the break in between. But we're at a point now where he's conceded 13 runs and he's bowling a 9-ball over. So really not ideal for this stage in the game.
Oh, this time finds the gap on the other side of the man at gully, and this races away to the boundary for 4, opening the face of the bat and just guiding it to that very fine boundary.
Yeah, with that stroke, that gorgeous stroke from it, Sammy, he's moved himself into the 80s as well now, as he's moved on to 81. Northwest Dragons starting to post a rather competitive total, considering their really slow start, which they had at 43 for 3. With the final over being bowled now, they find themselves 220 for 4. What are your thoughts, Tsepo? Is that defendable? Is that competitive?
Oh, it certainly is, Dougie. I definitely believe it's a competitive total, especially considering how far they've come back from the fact that they were really struggling at the beginning of the innings to get the ball going. But it looks like it was all part of their plan. Start slow, finish strong, keep wickets in hand for this period, and make sure that you finish all 50 or 47 overs in this case.
It is Ndile Pehlukwayo coming in for that final over of the innings. It's going to be a real good match up against two batsmen that had their eye in before the break, but will be looking to aggress. Pehlukwayo will believe that there are wickets waiting for him, as these two will look to try and up that total by as much as they can.
Yes, this is a big shot here to a cow corner region. The man at long on gets the ball, but unfortunately steps over the boundary and concedes a 4. And before that boundary, I was going to say that these are the conditions that Andile Pehlukwayo would like to bowl in, when batters are relatively fresh and they're just going to try smash you all around the park. he really thrives off that type of stuff. But at the same time, it could prove to be costly for him.
Yeah, look, he's all about those variations.
Looking for that wide Yorker. Chris Britz on the front foot drives this to the man on the boundary.
Definitely the more likely of the two batsmen to reach that 3-figure mark on 93 now, but not on strike, as Mutsami has 4 deliveries now. He's currently on 81 of 92. Just a reminder of how superb this partnership has been to get the Northwest Dragons to this position. Petluquayo coming around the wicket now to Mutsami.
Slower ball, back of a length delivery, that one. Well placed to get his partner on strike.
Well, that's a stock standard death bowling delivery from Andile Petluquayo. Loves digging it into the pitch with a reduction of pace. And just to induce those false strokes, Chris Britz now 3 deliveries. Can he get to that 3-figure mark? 93 of 107. Really accelerating his innings.
Really powers this one through the offside. One was unable to find the gap. Looking for the second run, was desperate for those 3 figures. But unfortunately not going to happen. As Mutsami on strike now, except for if there's an extra and a quick strike rotation.
Yeah, I don't think that will be on Mutsami's mind at the moment. It is a professional batsman that realizes that the team's runs are more important.
Beautiful drive that just goes square of the wicket. They're going for 2, as you said, Doug. It's not about the individual milestones, it's about getting as many runs on the board as possible.
And quite honestly, that probably makes you more of a hero, if you ask me. You know,
Yeah,
as an
Dad.
individual, it's always a bit of an anticlimax to a really good innings when you don't get that opportunity to get the 3 figures. But there's definitely no question. You can't take anything away from the efforts.
Oh no, the performance that these 2 batters have put on display for us today has been absolutely immaculate.
Final ball of the innings. It's been driven out to that deep point
classy.
region, and he's beaten the infield. It's raced away to the boundary, and there was cover out in the deep, and for a moment it looked like he was going to cut it off. However, that was not the case. So, a boundary to complete a shortened innings due to weather, as the Northwest Dragons have put down a solid and respectable total of 233 for 4 in their 47 overs.
This definitely feels like a match-winning total, closer to a match-winning total compared to their earlier displays. And anything can happen on a pitch like this. It's been slow goings, but the fact of the matter is the comeback that these batters have brought about, Chris Britz and Mutusami, put on quite a display of batting.
Yeah, some congratulatory handshakes, a good old fist pump between the two, ending up on a partnership of 190. A superb effort there from the two, and definitely will be opening up the record books just to check up on how that measures up. But the scenario we do find ourselves in, Northwest Dragons scoring 233. We will get confirmation on the target, as it will not be 234 necessarily, due to Duckworth, Lewis and Stern. But we will be back in a few, as we just get a bit of a rundown on the Dragons innings. 17 fours and 4 sixes, and through the middle overs, really rotating strike well. We will be back after a slight intermission so that the innings change can occur.
Ditole, sorry.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the JB Marks Oval. It's an overcast day out here with a slight breeze running across the ground, and we have just seen the conclusion of the Northwest Dragons innings, where they managed to amass 233 for 4. However, with the adjustments that have been made through Duckworth, Lewis and Stone, we have an adjusted and revised total of 252, which the Hollywoodbets Dolphins would like to chase down. And opening at the crease, Ditole, as well as his partner on the non-strikers in Grant Rulofsson. It is going to be a rather challenging chase here, with Northwest Dragons being a form team in the competition so far, currently sitting in second place before today's fixture. Probably a sort of the surprise package of the competition so far, and it'll be very interesting to see how well they are able to defend this total. Some fantastic work with the bat from Brits as well as Mutusami just to put them in this position. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins do have a really strong batting lineup, and Ditole is going to step up and face the first delivery. Mangru coming in. Mangru starting off with a ball down the leg side, and just a bit of a loosener to open the innings. He's decided to come around to the left-hander.
Not the best of starts here for Mangru. And looking at the Dolphins bird in display, all they really need to do is keep it tight to build the pressure on the batters.
Once again, Mangru just sliding it down leg side. Has given Heino Kun some work to do behind the stumps. He's got the gloves on today, just using one hand for that to take. But Mangru won't be too happy with that start. To just straying down leg side. He had the same issue when he started off against Western Province 2 days ago, where he really did seem to rectify his line in these third and fourth overs. And
Going for a slow ball this time, maybe just struggling to adjust to coming around the wicket to the left-handed Ditole.
yeah, it's Kerwin Mangru also taking a few sticks in the game against Province, managing to get 3 wickets for 25 runs. Fantastic effort from him, and very nearly getting over the line with his team. Oh, it's really tight. He's caught the inside edge. Ditole trying to drive that one through the covers, but a bit far away from his body, and just a bit of a risky one. His heart will be in his stomach at the moment.
I know it's looking a little tight at the moment. Starting to find his line now is Mangru, and really just challenging outside that off stump. Getting the batsman to play is exactly what he wants to do here, and then he can get his slip into play as well.
He's really finding that line now is Kerwin Mangru. He's finding that fit stump line. Ditole just deciding to go on the defensive. Lots of time here. 47 overs. The reduced amount of overs for this innings.
And that's a relatively high score here. They don't want to be resting on their laurels, but wickets in hand, definitely going to be the name of the game here for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
This one solid in forward defense, just almost exercising a bit of confidence there, making it look really solid. First up, Mangru will be really aiming for that early breakthrough, knowing very well how wickets can derail an innings. And as we've seen, there is something in the pitch for the bowlers. but it seems to be almost flattening out a bit.
Could be. Yes, after the cloud covers passed, after that little bout of rain, the sun has come out in full force, even though there is still a little bit of cloud cover, but that's the white fluffy clouds, so not too ominous. Makes it a very nice day, a pleasant day to be out there in the middle. But the Dolphins have a job to do here, and they won't want to rush too much to get the job done.
Yeah, it's really no rush at this stage, but they will be looking to get off to a good start, so any wayward deliveries, be looking to punish them. Oh, once again, really tight line there. Mangru, hands on head stuff. Enjoyed that one as Ditole catches the inside half of the bat once again. That does bring to an end the first over. It is 2 without loss.
At the end of the first over, the standings for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins is 2-0.
A good start here from the Northwest Dragons. Despite the 2 wide balls to start up, it was a pretty decent all around.
Aldred Hawken coming into the attack, really paired up well with Koen Mangru as these two put some real pressure on the Western Province batters. And Aldred Hawken, very economical and very much known for hitting his lines and lengths almost from the get-go, and is more than capable of getting the breakthrough as well. Surprised to see just the one slip in place as he lines up his first delivery.
The fielders on the boundary are on the square leg boundary and third man.
Rulofsson facing his first delivery, a rather uncomfortable one, full and straight from Aldred Hawken, but getting behind it and presenting the full face of the bat. On the money from the get-go from Hawken.
A solid start here from Hawken. Starting off with the Yorker, full and straight. Full and straight once again, bat behind ball. And while they might not be getting too many runs at the beginning, it's important that these batters just feel the bat out on the ball. They still have ample time. It's not a T20, so they can afford some blocks now as long as it pays dividends in future. Northwest Dragons will be hoping that this eventually leads to a wicket without them scoring too big. So it's wicket time for them. Yorker length delivery once again and kept out by Rulofsson. Keeping it on that off-stump line. Has started off quite nicely here, has Hawken. As Douglas said earlier, starting off economical. And that one just over pitched, and Grant Rulofsson is too well informed to let that one go. Absolutely releasing, opening his bat up and accessing that square boundary. First boundary of the day for the Dolphins. Yes, so that's why mine is lower there. Here's one. Here's another. Here's another big line. And this one outside off stump, well left by Rulofsson.
It's been a rather tidy over so far from Hawken, despite that boundary that Grant Rulofsson has found. Also very capable opener is Rulofsson. Oh, having said that, Hawken troubling him with that delivery. He's mistimed his defense there, and also just catching the inside half of the bat. Really good first over there from Hawken, setting up a real contest against these Hollywoodbets Dolphins openers. The sun is starting to break through the clouds, and it is a rather warm day now that the sun has appeared.
If there's any time to bat, if I had to choose, I'd probably choose now. Sun coming out, maybe doing a little bit of baking on the deck.
Yeah, also, you know your target, you've got everything set out in front of you. It's a very, very valid point as Mangru comes in for his second. Asking questions of Ditole again. He's hit him on the pad now. That really angling in quite a lot. And Ditole just taking a few seconds.
Now doing very well with that angle that he's generated here against the left-handed Ditole. I'm glad to see he's found his rhythm as well.
This one bowling that fifth stump line as it's been pushed out to the point fielder, straight to the point fielder though, and it's a dot ball. Yeah, Mangru really broad-shouldered opening bowler. He's very, very strong in his action and very capable with the new ball. So a good battle on here between bats and ball.
This one whipped off the hips. Very well placed to beat the man at short, fine leg, and earns himself a boundary. Classy shot to get himself off the mark.
Yeah, Mangru just straying on his lines once again. That straying down leg side. It's how he conceded his two wides in the first over. And this time Ditole able to capitalize, getting some good bats on that. It's early boundaries here for the Dolphins. How does Mangru respond?
Responds with that off stump line once again, and it's proving vital to stay on that off stump line. Anything straying outside of that could cost you some runs, cost you a boundary.
Yeah, they do only have the one slip in at the moment. The towering figure of Duan Jansen, brother of Protea Marco Jansen. Very similar in playing style. And be great to see him with ball in hand today. He's got a job to do. Mangru this time coming over the wicket, and Ditole deciding to leave that one. Not the most comfortable leave we've ever seen, but seemed to have had his off stump covered.
I did well to evade that delivery, and looking at this line coming across the left-hander, looks very good. Just needs to maintain that consistency, and with this angle probably gets that slip you mentioned earlier, Duan Jansen, into play a little bit more, angling across the left-hander.
This time just worked into the leg side by Ditole as he comes through for a second. Also very quick between the wickets, and that brings to an end the third over. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins 12 without loss in their pursuit of 252.
They're doing well, the Dolphins. A good start here. The scoreboard is definitely ticking. Run rates currently at 4 and over. And they still are yet to lose a wicket. And just dispatching the bad balls, letting the wide balls go. Get the extras accumulating when they need to. Nothing fancy, just doing the job they need to do.
After a very competitive first battle, we have Aldred Hawken taking on Grant Roelofsen once again. Roelofsen finding that boundary in the previous over, but other than that, Hawken keeping him modest. Willofsson just covering that off stump line, letting the ball go through. Heino Kun with those bright red gloves, almost like an orange, like beacons they use at airports.
Oh yes,
just to just to direct the planes.
Look, at least you'll be able to see his gloves. You need to know where to bowl.
Oh, good point.
Ooh!
Interesting. That's hit it back of a length, and Rulofsson just looking to defend that, but seemed to be a little bit of movement off the pitch. Hawken finding a fantastic delivery there.
Now Hawken, the Northwest bowlers are persisting with that fifth stump line down that corridor of uncertainty, varying their lengths as well to make it difficult to get hold of. Once again, on that fourth stump line, making sure the batsman has to play at that. Get the batsman playing, get bats on ball. And all it takes is one nip off the seam, a little bit of movement in the air, and all that certainty could spell trouble. So good bowling here from the Northwest Dragons. A good fight as well from Grant Rulofsson. Understands he needs to be the one carrying the mantle here for his team.
And as you say that, Grant Rulofsson leaning into that one, driving it through the covers. And he may not have timed that extremely well, but with the bats that we have these days, Rulofsson finding the boundary and just sort of stamping his authority on what's been a very competitive battle. Rulofsson with his second boundary now, moving on to 8.
Poppy, why do you have the wrong batsman on strike?
Once again there in that channel. And it's not that he can't hit the right channel here, Hawken. It's just that he needs to make sure that he doesn't give a boundary away within every over. A boundary ball in every over will definitely add up in the long run. So it's very important. It's key that he keeps it tight to build pressure on the Dolphins.
Very interesting that Rulofsson taking his stance almost on off stump, leaving no stump visible for Eldred Hawken, and with that final delivery bowling it in rather straight, and brings to an end the fourth over.
16 for 0 is the standing.
It is 16 without loss.
After 4 overs.
And literally in each of his overs conceding a boundary here, Hawken. So just proving that he may have the dot balls, but just giving away one boundary and over just releases the pressure on the Dolphin batting lineup. That's going to make it difficult to take wickets later as well.
Mangru once again. This time driven with absolute poison class. Ditole bludgeoning that through the offside. Fantastic stroke.
Found the middle of the bat, found the gap, found the boundary. It's as easy as that. Or at least he makes it look so easy. Just standing and deliver. Didn't even run to the other side. I knew that that was struck so purely. I was going to hit the boundary rope. Tole starting that last over with a boundary. A little bit of extra bounce there. An appeal from the crowd. They just heard the pad. and they were up. They want a wicket, and I'm sure the Northwest Dragons also want a wicket. They just need to make sure that they keep it nice and tight. Wickets don't just come out of nowhere. You need to build the pressure for it to pay dividends in the end. Discipline is key.
Yeah, we mentioned that crowd. We do have a few spectators in the stands. It's filled up a little bit as the day's gone on. Mangru this time just straying again down leg, coming over the wicket. And Ditole working that to that fine leg region. It's the first time Mangru is now going to face up against Grant Rulofsson as he takes his guard.
It's 26 for 4. You guys fought the Dragons. No, you're fine.
Lots of discussion about where these where the field placements should be, as they seem to be stacking the offside. Got one fielder on the boundary down at fine leg, and the other one, I don't see another fielder on the boundary. Oh, third man region. So Mangru coming into Grant Rulofsson.
Full and straight on the money here. It's not that he can't bowl good balls, he just needs to string them together a little bit more.
Really effective bowler in that he's got that bit of a steep bounce as well as movement off the pitch. There's a real buzz in the field, lots of energy from the Northwest Dragons.
There's that line and length on that, in that channel, that fourth stump line. Dolphins basically cruising at the moment, not doing too badly. Getting a boundary and over, and then just seeing the rest of the over out, especially in the power play.
Yeah, they do look rather comfortable, and I would much rather be in their change room at this stage. Northwest Dragons needing wickets at this stage. And this one just shoulders arms through to the wicket keeper Heino Kun, and that brings to an end the fifth over. Hollywoodbets Dolphins 21 without loss.
It's 21 for 0 after 5 overs for the Hollywood.
You can see all of the youngsters out on the embankment playing their own rendition of this game as a massive swing into the leg side by the young man. Considers the second, but deciding against it.
A little bit of sportsmanship. The Mankind was available there, but deciding against it. An uphill battle here for the batting team.
Oh, you gotta love it. The youngsters getting involved in the beautiful game. As we go back to the action, it is Aldred Hawken continuing now over the wicket to Ditole. It's a really good line and length from Aldred Hawken. Ditole wisely evading, just lifting the hands, making sure the ball goes through.
Just sailing over that off stump. Very good line. A bit back of the length there, but well respected by Ditole.
Yeah, the luminescent bails standing out on those on the stumps, almost as much as Heino Kun's gloves.
Probably the same make as the gloves.
Or at least the same paint brand.
The same inspiration. Inspired by traffic cones. For when you want to see if you're out.
Yeah, it's maybe a substitute for illuminating bails, the LED bails that are being introduced. It's a beautiful venue, this JB Marks Oval, and with the sun peering through, just illuminating the green embankments. It's a fantastic venue for cricket.
Good delivery this one as well. A little bit straighter, but not too straight. Looking for the body ball with that length. But well negotiated by Ditole.
Yeah, Hawkins sticking true to his reputation. He's also a relatively experienced campaigner within the domestic scene. Wearing number 90 or 89 on the back. Tell me, is that maybe his birth year? Surely he's not 33 years old.
You know what? Anything can happen in cricket. Some people hitting their peaks in their early 30s. I mean, if you love the game and you're good enough to play it for that long, why not? Why not?
Oh,
But
I
probably
tell you-
not. He doesn't look that old
Definitely
from
not.
here.
Tell you what, we saw the over 50s quadrangular series recently here in South Africa. It's admirable how these guys over 50 are still playing such good cricket. Oh, Hawkin inducing that backward defense, and Ditole pulling out at the very last minute. There's some encouraging signs here for the bowlers, as they've been made to toil hard, have these two opening batsmen.
And Toil they've been getting a few boundary balls in every over. Literally one boundary in every over except the first. But this over, yet to concede a boundary. Touch wood if you're from the northwest.
Yet to concede a run. We could be looking at our first maiden of the innings. Possibly of the match. I don't recall any maidens in the first innings either.
No, they were maidens. They were
Oh, they were?
maidens.
Alright. Hawkin coming in. And that is a maiden. Eldred Hawkin, fantastic effort. And Ditole weathering the storm. Very much the name of the game for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins openers. They will be trying to just weather the early storm after the actual storm had passed.
Haha, I see what you did there, Dougie. But it's clear skies for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. As long as they have ample wickets in hand, they should be good to go. 2 ahead of the DLS par score as well. Right now, 19 is what's required. They're sitting pretty on 21. Back of a length delivery, dispatched on the onside. Grant Rulofsen says, cheers. Straight to the boundary, 4 runs to start.
Yeah, Rulofsen making it a habit to score his runs through boundaries. Yet to score any other way, as he's rocked back onto that, bludgeoning it through the leg side. And Mangru just dishing that one up shorter than he would have liked. And Northwest Dragons paying. Score moves on to 25. This one driven down to the mid-on region. Just the dot ball. Good response after a cracking shot.
And it's back to the old habits here. A boundary ball in innings. And if you're on the Dolphins side, that's exactly what you're looking for. You're not looking to go after every single delivery. Just get one boundary in the over, and you can see the rest out. Wait for the bad delivery. You know it's coming. And make it happen.
And they've snuck through for a single. Another misfield. Oh, it's questionable fielding from the Northwest Dragons. What looked like a dot ball, it's now turned into 2. Slight little misfield as Rulofsen gets his first runs outside of boundary runs.
Not looking too sharp in the field here are the Northwest Dragons. Still have time to make up for it, but things like these just release the pressure on the Dolphins batters.
And this one just worked into the leg side. No mistake this time. As another single comes through. Mangru, been a bit pricey in terms of just conceded 20 runs now after 3.4 overs. He's been good in patches, just struggling to find that consistency.
And that's how you build the pressure that I've been harping on and on about. It's the only way you're going to generate wickets here. Or a lapse in concentration from the batting team. But you want to bring that about. You want to put them under pressure, make them doubt things to induce a mistake. But if there's no pressure, you could just keep going the way you're going. Cruise control.
Yeah, look, there's definitely been a few almost rip snorter deliveries where both Ditole and Rulofsson have had to, jump out the way. It's been some really good deliveries as well. It's just that consistency as they scamper through for a single. Shy attempt from the fielder as the 7th over draws to a close. That is 29 without loss.
Yes, and 8 runs off the over there. 7 of them coming off the bat of Grant Rulofsson, who's now sitting on 15 off 19.
At the end of over number 7, it is 29 for 0 on the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Lots of encouragement in the field here. Northwest Dragons be desperate to break this opening partnership. This one flicked into the leg side slightly aerially, and there is cover out at that deep square boundary. Just a single.
Just straying down the leg side a little bit, allowing, was it Ditole that played that shot? Yeah. Ditole to just whip that off his pads.
Ditole not shy of playing a few shadow strokes. We've seen him emulate his previous shot quite a few times now on the non-striker's end. Just getting into that mindset, into that rhythm. Always interesting to see how different batsmen do that. Rulofsson catching, just watching that really closely. You can almost see a tickle past his eyelash as he was watching that so closely.
I made sure that his bat was nowhere near that. We saw a wicket fall like that earlier today. Just a lack of awareness of his bat position was Senokwane.
Solid bowling from Aldred Hawken. Rulofsson definitely establishing himself in the domestic scene, especially in the shorter formats. Really good run scorer, and if I'm not mistaken, 2 seasons ago he was top run scorer.
He's been making many runs of late, constantly knocking on the national team door, but it just seems that every time he's close there's someone else ahead of him.
As he's driven this one, catching the outside half of the bat. It's a chase on for the fielder, but one that he is going to lose. That is another boundary. Grant Rulofsson getting his 4th boundary of the innings now. A great shot there, piercing the point and cover fielders.
Another boundary in the over now. And just ticking the scoreboard along nicely in this chase, the Dolphins. And make it look like a very comfortable chase at just 34 for without loss after 7.4 overs.
Yeah, if they continue like this, it is going to be a rather comfortable chase, and that's why we speak of wickets. It's the name of the game at this stage. Grant Rulofsson really good at presenting the face of the bat. Whether it's an attacking sense or a defensive sense. actually, it's been a privilege to sort of watch him go through the from when he was a very young kid in the Roodepoort area, playing Roodepoort Krugersdorp area, playing his club cricket, and yeah, there was always that belief that he was going to go on and make it big, and he's found himself now as an established domestic player. It's been brilliant to watch.
Without a doubt, as we see mid-wicket go to extra cover. And this ball left by Rolofsson. Did the damage in the over, got the one boundary he needed, 5 off that over, as the Dolphins now 34 without loss.
Yeah, 8 overs gone. I'll be curious to see when the first bowling change comes in, which does look like it might be right now.
Looks like a Janssen. No?
Cohen Mangru has completed his opening spell. This is the right-handed Dwayne Pretorius, and he was probably padded up for a good, 25 overs, but didn't get a chance to wield the willow. But he has an opportunity now with the ball, going up against a Ditole who's been toiling for his runs, 13 of 24. Pretorius coming in now.
A decent start. It is on the pads, a little bit straight, but at least it's not wide, and at least it didn't concede a run.
The crowd is starting to get vocal here. It's looking to encourage their team. We find that more and more of the crowd is moving into the shade. As you mentioned before, he didn't concede the wide, but the second one is straight even further down leg side, and another extra to the Dolphins score tally.
Should really avoid conceding free runs here, the Northwest Dragons.
Much better line there from Dwayne Pretorius.
Just needs to maintain that consistency there. Just get into his rhythm now. He's given away a loose delivery at the beginning of the over, but has kept it relatively tight outside of that. Oh, fantastic fielding here from Duan Janssen. The crowd's really enjoying that one.
Oh, as impressive as that was, getting down to the ball, the release was almost immediate, and it was excellent work there from the lanky figure that is Duan Janssen. Excellent fielding effort. Yeah, the fans really making themselves known. The Northwest Dragons locals is coming in on this beautiful Sunday.
Now, very happy with those deliveries, not conceding too many runs. Other than the wide, it's been only dot balls from Dwayne Pretorius.
Oh, as we
wow.
say that, what a cracking shot. And Ditole just leaning into that short and wide, and has pierced one of the smallest gaps on the field. And it's 4 more runs to his name. What a shot.
Oh, a beautiful shot. And that gap that he found was one of the smallest gaps you'll find on the field. Literally between points and backward points. Similar positions, but somehow Ditole managed to just pierce the gap and send that to the boundary. Beautiful shot. Oh, finds another gap on the offside with a beautiful cover drive. It's a race between the ball and the fielder wins that race. Back-to-back boundaries for Ditole to end the over. And that's 9 off the over when there was only 1 before the last 2 balls.
Yeah, excellent batting at the moment from the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, just getting a real foothold in this innings. Vitole and Grant Rulofsson with a sort of a authority stamping fist pump, knowing very well that they've got the upper hand at this stage. Aldred Hawken coming in to attempt to negate that opening pair. And there's just a bit of repairs happening on the pitch at what looks like the footholds.
A wee bit of maintenance.
The camp chairs are set up under the shade nets here at JB Marks Oval, as we see some of the younger kids come and watch their seniors in action, and just watching their heroes do what they do best in an attempt to see what their future might be.
A good delivery to start once again from Hawken. This team will be looking for more of that. Just looks like there's no real way that the Northwest Dragons are going to get a wicket here. Not really tempting or drawing any front foot shots here. No one really drawing any false strokes. But we're seeing some field changes as the man on the deep square leg boundary comes into the circle. The man at cover goes to the square boundary on the offside. Oof, did you see how that jagged? Dougie, literally from outside the line to inside by the time it reached the batter.
Yeah, no, lots of movement there. Encouraging signs as a bowler.
No doubt about that. Hopefully you can get a little bit of that nip off the seam, a bit closer to the stumps. But there are some encouraging signs, as you say, Douglas.
It's another tidy delivery from Hawken.
You can see why he's kept in the attack here. I did well to get a maiden in or 2 overs ago. I'll be looking to build a little bit more pressure. If you can just make sure that there's no boundary ball in this over, that's already a win for the Northwest Dragons. There, oh, what a shot and what a save! That looked like it was traveling in one direction.
That was superb fielding. The connection on that was immense.
Pure.
And I tell you what, that fielding was so good, even our cameraman was dizzy. It was fantastic fielding.
Now that looked like it was going straight to the fence. Somehow got in the way of that and prevented a boundary. Putting some pressure on the batters once again, and you can feel it now. The crowd is certainly feeling it, and that is the power of taking away the boundary ball. Great fielding before that to set up a potential run out afterwards.
Oh, it's moments like that, moments of inspiration and encouragement that just can lift the spirit of a fielding unit. And the last 2 balls would have really encouraged them, but they'll need to take a wicket soon to continue that momentum. A bit of discussion here once again. Movement in the field as the Northwest Dragons are going to shore up that offside. Ditole, final ball of the over. It's a really good way to finish the over there from Aldred Hawken as the first power play draws to an end. Score is 44 without loss. Power play where there has been a few boundaries and at regular intervals for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. It's been a great effort from the Northwest Dragons with the ball. There's been a few challenging deliveries. There are other CSA One Day Cup games happening around the country, and we'll first give you an update on the iTech Knights taking on the G-Bets Warriors at Mangaung Oval, where G-Bets Warriors went into bat first and set a total of 222 and a target for the Knights to chase of 223. They're currently sitting at 55 for 2 after 14.1 overs. Van Tonder and Dikale at the crease at the moment.
And Dwayne Pretoria starting off with a decent full delivery to start off the second power play. Driven down the ground to long on for a single.
Left to open partnership.
Get Rulofsson off strike.
And just hold your horses. We'll be back with another update, as this one's on the money from Dwayne Pretorius. Forward defense, just keeping that out. Did Ditole. And rather disappointing batting performance from the Momentum Multiply Titans as they take on the Six-Gun Grill Western Province at Newlands. Currently Six-Gun Grill Western Province 111 for 3. And that is in the pursuit of 158 as a target. So only 46 runs required in that game for the table-topping Six-Gun Grill Western Province to re-establish their grip on this table.
Now, they've been having a fantastic season. Undefeated at the moment. Difficult to beat. Oh, brilliant shot here from Ditole once again. He's really enjoying the offside here as he gets another boundary through the covers to a long off region.
Yeah, fantastic stroke. They inch closer to that 50-run mark. You mentioned the Western Province and the form that they're in. Tony DeZorzi, another half century to his name. He's absolutely accumulating these runs like it's nuts in a forest.
Yo, that man has runs for days. It's like he just wakes up and there are runs everywhere. 300 in the 4-day series. 200 that is. Oh,
no, you're right. 300.
It was 300. Yes, he did score that.
Ton. No, Tony DeZorzi in really good form. And yeah, Six-Gun Grill Western Province sort of setting themselves apart as the front runners so far this season.
Oh, no doubt about that. And that will do wonders for his prospects in the national team as well. You can't not be knocking on the door when you're scoring 300 plus on your domestic circuit.
And I mean, there's been a lot of hype around Tony DeZorzi sort of ever since the moment he cracked into the professional scene, and there's been a lot of questions, but he has found he's sort of found his rhythm, and it's been rather impressive to see how he's growing into a top left-handed cricketer. At the moment, Northwest Dragons are second on the log, and a loss here might affect that position. At the moment, we do have a bowling change now at JB Marks Oval. Duan Janssen, the left arm giant, coming in to assert his input on this innings.
Starting with a little bit of a loosener, Duan Janssen. But that also brings up the 50 for the Dolphins, and it's 50 without loss, so they're definitely in the pound seats at the moment.
Yeah, fantastic opening partnership from Rulofsson and Ditole. It's been a really composed one, and they're setting themselves up for a rather comfortable chase if they do continue. And that 50 runs coming off just 70 deliveries, 9 fours, 9 convincing fours as well.
Hey.
Well, there was nothing convincing about that shot. Trying to leave it, and somehow the ball's finding the bat there. But it is 1 run.
Please check your spelling of Janssen.
Little bit of excitement from the other game as another dot ball, or the first dot ball for Duan Janssen, comes through here.
Duan Janssen is he's been a bit inconsistent so far this season. Hasn't really found that rhythm that we know he's more than capable of. And thing is, it's always wonderful to have that left arm seamer as a part of your attack. It's almost a necessity in the modern game. This one going short, and Rulofsson does get bat on that. I'm not sure how much bat versus glove that was, but for a moment it did look like it might have looped up into Heino Kun's hands. But it's 4 more runs to the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Well played shot, that was coming on the leg side, and it did well to just evade Heino Kun. But looking like there was potentially a wicket there, which is a good sign for the Northwest Dragons. Need to just look a little bit more venomous now to add a little bit of pressure on the Dolphins.
Rulofsson just guiding this down to that third man region. It's been another good over for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. 7 runs coming from it. 1 ball remaining in the over.
Slower ball, Yorker just wide of that off stump, and guided down to third man with the deftest of touches by Ditole to add another score to the tally. 56 now without loss. Ditole 27 off 38, and Rulofsson 27 off 34.
Yeah, equal contributors to this opening partnership. We had a look at a fantastic partnership earlier between Brits and Mutsami. 190 between the two of them. Excellent effort. I do not believe that the Hollywoodbets Dolphins will be upset if the opening pair can replicate that. As Dwayne Pretorius continues going at 7 to the over, so a bit costly so far.
Oof, finds the outside edge. Goes down to the man at third man. Soft hands as well. So just take the venom out of the bowling attack here. Nothing looking too threatening.
Yeah, and you'd think the longer that goes on, the more pressure it will pile on the bowlers and that fielding unit. Not only that, it becomes a bit demoralizing and a bit frustrating as well. And it's playing in the hands of the batsman so far. Definitely no lack of energy in the field for the Northwest Dragons. There's lots of encouragement, lots of talking, lots of discussion about the way forward.
Yeah, looking for a wicket now. You can feel the desire for the wickets in the field.
As this one's worked into the leg side, they might consider a second, but they don't. Desire for a wicket, or is it starting to become maybe a bit of desperation?
I'm leaning towards desperation. Without any wickets in the power play and 10 wickets to get here, the middle overs are generally a period of lulling where you just sort of get yourself to as close as possible before those last 10 overs. And 10 overs is when you really start to put pedal to the metal.
It's coming around the wicket now to the left-hander as they scamper through for a single. Once again, those footy skills coming out.
And just comparing these two innings, it was at the beginning of the innings where Dolphins found the most purchase off the pitch. They could do the most and really put the Northwest Dragons under pressure. Dragons right now not really venomous at all here. Oh, it was airborne, but it was also airborne safely as it found the gap between point and cover. There's cover out there for the single, but the scoreboard keeps ticking, which will put a lot of smiles on the faces of the boys from Durban. Oh, a thick outside edge from Ditole, trying to send this to the square, the point boundary. And all he found was an edge and Hainu Kun's very illuminant gloves. That's the end of the left-hander. He needs to go back to the stands, scoring 29 from 40 balls.
Yeah, we were just talking about how this partnership was going well. Or possibly a commentator's curse of some sorts. And for those who are cricket fans will know the commentator's curse really does exist. And unfortunately that has signaled the end of that Ditole innings. Really good effort from him. And him along with Rulofsson have set up a platform and a base to work from for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. But a critical breakthrough.
Player to take to the crease in order to take the challenge back to the Northwest Dragons is John Smart.
New batsman to the crease, as you can see and possibly hear over the PA system. The veteran, the experienced man, John Smuts, really has been around for ages within the domestic scene, and it's great to see that he's still competing at such a high level.
I can definitely remember being in school clothes watching John Smuts play. He's definitely been around the block.
Giving away your age there, are you, Mr.
Hey,
Taylor?
bro, I could be an old man and I'll still be right.
No, good stuff. And the breakthrough there, exactly what they needed. Dwayne Pretorius, the man to do it. Grant Rulofsson now facing up against Duan Janssen. Janssen going for 8 in that first over of his, just trying to find that line, that link, that consistency that we know he is capable of.
A decent line and length to start. Not giving anything away for free now. Oh, once again, Duan Janssen just trying to attack the leg side here, hoping for an edge that could travel into the hands of Hainu Kun, but the amount of control that Grant Rulofsson had over that shot shows that might not be a good idea. Another boundary down the leg side. So far, the one that just started. The one that just started. It's just too long.
Duan Janssen now looking to respond. Almost an element of deja vu with that boundary. And the first time that that it went from that leg side. Grant Rulofsson once again. But that wicket came at a vital time.
Yeah, just desperately needing a wicket here, the Northwest Dragons, just to prevent this, keep themselves in the game.
Well, we know the good old philosophy of one brings two. It's it's a phenomenon that does occur quite often, where one wicket is taken, it's quickly followed up by another one, and the job of John Smuts and Grant Rulofsson would be to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Ooh, outside the off stump, there was a sound and an appeal, but umpires believe it wasn't the bat.
Yeah, Rulofsson just tempted into playing a shot there, a bit wide, and there, with width on offer like that, it's tempting to any batsman. There's a fielder on the deep point boundary for that exact delivery, just in case he does stray on that line. Much better presentation of the bat this time from Grant Rulofsson. He's connected that really well, but it has gone straight to the fielder. And the fielder was Aldred Hawken. Brings to an end the 14th over. Hollywoodbets Dolphins 65 for 1 in their pursuit of 252.
Now doing well, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Yes, they have lost the wickets, but they have the informed Grant Rulofsson in. He's been scoring boundaries on a regular basis, and added another one to his tally in the previous over.
Dwayne Pretorius. First ball is Bolton's taking that wicket. On the money to the new man, John Smuts. Yeah, very confident first ball.
He's been hitting decent areas, has Dwayne Pretorius. We know that he does have the cuts as an option. Maybe get a little bit of nip off the seam, maybe some awkward bounce.
Really was a wicket that came out of nowhere. Wasn't a particular build-up of pressure necessarily. In fact, it did look like Dolphins were more comfortable than not. And this one's been pulled away into the leg side. And there is a fielder out in the deep. He's almost paddled that. A real soft little tap of the ball. But it is a very vacant leg side. Anything behind sort of that sort of mid-wicket region is a guaranteed run, possibly two, with those two fielders out on the boundary. Third man being brought up into the circle now. This one pulled into the leg side once again. Same fielder coming around. Just a single. Pretorius bowling that sort of back of a length at the moment, just to
good shots here from both batters, looking for that gap on the onside. A fuller delivery this time from Dwayne Pretorius, just looking to make the field in the deep do a little bit of work, seeing if they can maybe beat him on either side. But Dwayne Pretorius doing well bowling to his field, and making it difficult to score big runs at the moment, being difficult to get away.
When he says pitch fusion's not working, what does that mean? It's not updating.
A back of a length delivery. A solid back foot blocked by John Smuts to end the over. Just the two off it. As Dolphins now 67 for 1.
At the end of the 15th over, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins 67 for 1.
Duan Janssen coming in for his fourth or his third over now. Coming over the wicket. Let's just push this in for a single.
It's just down that corridor of uncertainty. Good line and length to start. If he just continues from there, he'll prove to be very difficult to get away. And it's his first chance to take aim at the new batter. John Smuts has a slip in. Oof. And that one straying down the leg side.
It's not the first time he's bowled that delivery today. And he has paid the price on numerous occasions, whether it's with a wide or whether it's with boundaries. But just struggling once again to find that offside line. Much better delivery. Getting right in there to John Smuts. Very tight to that off stump line.
This is the type of bowling that the Northwest Dragons needs. It's not too pretty. It's not always a wicket delivery every single ball. But it does build the pressure slowly but surely.
It's a huge appeal now for another delivery that's gone down leg side. And there definitely was a sound, and we got a signal from the umpire almost to suggest that came off the pad. So it was a rather convincing appeal, but I think they knew that wasn't bat. Heino Kun grabbing the ball there. Janssen coming in once again. He's gone leg side this time. Kotani out on the fine leg boundary, collecting the ball.
Okay, so it's very obvious that he's going for that leg stump line. He's going for not quite going across the right-hander, but attacking his body here. Doesn't really bring LBW into play, but does probably get an edge strangling down the leg side.
Final ball of the over, straight. I've been thinking now the last few deliveries, if you want an attacking catcher with Janssen bowling, maybe a leg slip. He's been bowling a few down leg side, and leg slip might really just create that option, but maybe even put a bit of doubt into the batsman's mind to play a shot. But Smuts on strike now.
And Rulofson off the back foot, just gets it to the man on the boundary. Ends the over with a single, and that is drinks. After 16 overs, the Dolphins 71 for 1. John Smuts 2 off 8, and Rulofson 36 off 47.
Yeah, really good effort here from the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. The openers, Grant Rulofson and Ditole, just ensuring that they have a platform to launch from. Ditole losing his wicket recently, as John Smuts, as you mentioned, the new man at the crease, just providing Rulofson with another partner. Northwest Dragons will be very happy to have taken that wicket. Just get the spirits up and get rid of one of the Dolphins openers. But tactics will be now, how do we continue taking wickets? Pitch doesn't look like it's offering too much for the bowlers, and neither is the overhead conditions. But we do see some clouds building up in the distance. I have to wonder if they are going to play a role going into the end of the innings. It's a few ominous and dark clouds. We know that JB Marks Oval's quite prone to showers and thunderstorms, as cameraman giving us some fantastic visuals, exactly what we are talking about.
It would work in the favor of the Dolphins if it were to rain now. Have been doing well to not lose any wickets and get boundaries at regular intervals. Right now the DLS score, as you can see there, 65, and they are comfortably 6 runs ahead on 71. After the drinks break, it will be Dwayne Pretorius to take us into his 5th over. Right arm over to John Smuts, just past the bowler somehow into Pretorius's hands, but bounced over the stumps. And run out opportunity gone a begging, as Rulofson, or it's John Smuts, who was on the other end, survives.
This one has been top edge, and falling beyond the fielder. Unfortunately, if you're a Northwest Dragons fan, but if you're Grant Rulofson, you thanking your lucky stars. Almost reached the stars, that's how high up in the air it went. Getting away with another one. Comes back for the second.
Not finding the middle of the bat on that occasion. Encouraging signs for the Northwest Dragons. While it might not have exactly been a wicket, that's exactly what you want to see. You want to see the ball hitting the sides of the bat, the outside edge, and presenting opportunities, because that adds a little bit of pressure to the batting side.
This one driven down the ground. Sounded really good off the bat. But there is cover at that long on region. Dwayne Pretorius having taken the only wicket of the innings so far. So created a few problems for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Oh, certainly has. Looking very uncomfortable to play. Looking like the key to making inroads into this Dolphins lineup. And there as well, once again, John Smuts not really getting hold of that delivery, not finding the middle of the bat.
Just to give you an update from the Six Gun Grill Newlands. It is the Six Gun Grill Western Province who have gone on to beat the Momentum Multiply Titans convincingly by 7 wickets. Really dominant performance from the Cape side, and establishing their dominance in this competition, winning 4 out of 4 as they have set themselves as the favourites so far. But back to the action here. The 17th over is now complete as the Dolphins are 74 for 1.
John Smuts 2 off 10 at the moment, and 39 off 51 for Rulofsson. Has done well at the top of the order for the Dolphins for some time. Definitely a big wicket share if the Northwest Dragons ever needed one.
11 to sweet.
This one just steered down to that deep third man region. Just a single coming from it.
This time going across the right-hander. Dwan Jansen will enjoy having 2 right-handers to bowl to. Won't have to change up his line.
That is absolutely crunched down the ground. John Smuts, every inch of the muscles that exist in his upper body thrown into that and timed to absolute perfection. Beautiful stroke down the ground. Duan Jansen punished.
No, beautiful isn't the word. Agricultural shot, just absolutely hammering this right back past the bowler. And that was only one way to go. It was straight to the boundary. Powerful shot there from the veteran John Smuts.
Youngster Duan Jansen needing to respond. Done so with the dot ball. It's coming around the wicket too, John Smuts. And probably too many of those deliveries going down leg side when bowling over the wicket. And just trying to get a bit of alternate angle now on these 2 batsmen. John Smuts. We feel good to get his first boundary to his name.
And in that nature as well. Jeepers creepers.
And this time he's gone once again over the infield. Not timing it nearly as well as he would have liked. But he's cleared the infield. And he does come back for a second. John Smuts starting to show a bit more aggression in his stroke play.
Releasing the shackles a little bit here. Backing himself with the deliveries. Maybe even targeting the bowler. Dwan Jansen doesn't look like he has that consistency here. Looks like he's struggling to find his line and length. And John Smuts looking to pounce on that.
This one just worked out into the leg side. Down to that fine leg region. It's not really a fine leg region, it's very square. As Smuts gets Rulofsson back on strike for the final ball of this over. It's been a fruitful one. 8 runs coming from it. 1 ball remaining. This one, Rulofsson also leaning into it, driving it, but straight at the fielder. Brings to an end the 18th over. 82 for 1.
Dolphins sitting pretty here on 82 for 1. 10 ahead of the DLS score at the moment. There are some clouds out and about. In the distance looks relatively ominous, relatively dark. But everywhere else it's still relatively bright. But in that over, John Smuts scoring big. 7 runs off that over from him specifically.
It is the first introduction of spin for this innings.
Motusami coming in after a brilliant display with the bat. Now just to shift the momentum of this game.
And just to let you know, Tony DeZorzi ending up on 83 not out in that Western Province win. Fantastic effort. Probably man of the match performance again.
He's a good shot here on drive from John Smuts to get the ball rolling here.
10 to 50.
As the chorus of scorers have pointed out, 10 runs to 50 here for Grant Rulofsson. Moves into the 40s. Backed away and just punched this into the offside. This one just punched down the ground once again. Good rotation of strike here off the spin bowling of Mutsami. 3 singles to start the over. We are moving into those middle overs where the rotation of strike just to keep that scoreboard ticking is so vital.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Dougie. In the middle overs, especially against the spinners, the last thing you want as a batting side is the bowler to have the ball in his hands and he just flies through the over. It means you're not getting the ball to the boundary. You're not getting it past any fielders, just getting back to the bowler quickly.
Oh, excitement galore as ball is beaten bat. And just real excitement all over in the field. Really good opportunity. Kuhn was also sharp for the stumping if it needed to be. This one pushed into the offside for another dot ball. 3 dots to round out the over. Mutsami going for 3 in his first.
Stalemate in this over, the first Mutsami over. Yes, there were 3 runs off it. No wickets.
After the 19th over,
Scoreboard kept ticking.
Dolphins is 85-1. Ronaldo Raya, the ex-Northwest Dragons player, to the boat work.
So Duan Janssen being replaced after 4 overs, conceding 24 in those 4 overs. Coming into the attack now, Ronaldo Meyer. First ball's been driven into the covers. Diving attempt, real tough opportunity, and what looked like he might have snatched it, just fumbling out of his hands. Excellent effort. Senukwane really, he'll be frustrated. He did so well.
It was a tough catch to take that one. Stepping backwards, trying just to get his hands onto that. Did well to do that, but just couldn't make it stick.
John Smuts being put down. Wow, how vital is that going to be in the long run? We've often seen how a catch, a wicket in general, can just change the nature of a game. And second wicket now would definitely slow the momentum of this Dolphins batting unit. But it's got to continue. Rulofson now.
A decent delivery here from Meyer. Started off quite well, almost getting a wicket, but if you're sitting in the North Dragons camp, you would have really wanted that one to stick. Not only does a wicket bring you back into this game, but it definitely makes it extra difficult for the batting team. If you're looking at that DLS score, it just shoots the score up a little bit further. So an opportunity gone a begging, and it's a bit of a double whammy.
This one pulled, mistimed. Mangru under it, takes the catch. Grant Rulofson rocking back onto that, mistiming it in an attempt to pull it over the infield. And by catching the top half of the bat, is succumb to the bowling of Meyer.
The Northwest Dragons take the second wicket.
Talking about how important that second wicket can be for the changing of momentum of a game. And Grant Rulofson walking off with a 50 avoidance. 41 runs to his name after what's been a really calculated innings, and he has rode his luck a bit, as there's been a few questionable strokes, and yeah, a bit disappointed because there were definitely runs out here for him today.
He scored a lot of those runs, 41 off 57, the 4 boundaries to his name before he was caught by Kerwin Mangru off the bowling of Ronaldo Meyer.
New man to the crease at number 4. Really got a big ask ahead of him here. Does Smith. He's more than capable with the bat. And paired with John Smuts, they need to just stabilize the innings, as second wicket has fell now. This Northwest Dragons bowling unit has found a way back into this game, and they do have a formidable bowling lineup, so it's setting up for a humdinger of a clash here at the JB Marks Oval.
I couldn't agree with you more, Douglas. That's exactly what this game needed. Just a wicket at this period. A big wicket nonetheless. 41 runs on the scoreboard for Grant Rulofson. And he's back in the change room. 2 new batters. And it's Meyer to continue.
Meyer on the money. What an inspired bowling change this has been. Meyer just conceding the 1 run so far this over, taking that wicket, and first ball up to Smith has been perfect.
He's been on the money from the get-go, from the first ball, almost getting the scalp of John Smuts. So there's definitely wickets from this end for Meyer. He's got his tail up now.
And a fantastic delivery to end what's been a fantastic over. A successful one for the Northwest Dragons, taking their second wicket. And some ominous rumblings coming from our east? As
West.
from the west we've got some thunder rumbles, and hopefully that doesn't come and affect what is this Momentum One Day Cup game. Is it Momentum? Apologies, CSA One Day Cup game. Mutsami coming back, really good start. Just 3 runs from his first over. Looking to continue the pressure. Two dot balls to start. This one catching the outside half of the bat. Skied. Oh goodness. All of a sudden it looks like Northwest Dragons have their tails up, as you mentioned. John Smuts catching the outside half of the bat and scooping it just short of that backward point fielder.
Now the wickets look like they will be tumbling at regular intervals. Now you can really feel the pressure on the Dolphins lineup. And all it took was 1 wicket. And not just that, look at the DLS score. Now they're behind after that wicket. Behind by 4. Could be 5 after this dot ball. But the momentum has swiftly swung into the favor of the Northwest Dragons.
Confidently pushed out into the offside. Yeah, momentum. Cricket really is a game of momentum, and it can shift at any stage. We saw it in the first innings, 43 for 4. Momentum completely swung one way, and by the end of the innings, not 1 wicket had fallen after that. So a game of momentum so far. Dominant Dolphins. Has it swung towards the Dragons now?
And that ends the 21st over. 88 for 2 are the Dolphins.
Currently going at a run rate of just over 4 to the over. It's been explosive at the beginning, but they're starting to reel in this run rate are the Northwest Dragons. Ronaldo Mayer, after that fantastic opening over, he's got the new man Smith to bowl at. Mayer straying down leg, and sighs of relief, hands on heads. He does get 4 runs for it, but questions. Heino Kun, should he have been as tall as Duan Janssen? That might have been taken. Really close to the wicketkeeper once again. And Ronaldo Mayer maybe just disappointed that it's straight down leg, but he'll be encouraged by the opportunity that it might have created.
It was definitely a potential opportunity there. That wasn't what they call on ESPN Crick Info a controlled shot. There was definitely an opportunity there, and you can definitely feel that it's a little bit cooler out at the moment, a bit more cloud cover. And that may play into the hands of the bowling side. A little bit easier to field out there. Maybe getting a little bit of movement as well in the middle on the pitch. But Mayer's looking like exactly the catalyst that the Northwest Dragons needed just to get them into full control of this game.
Really good delivery. Ronaldo Mayer is really bowling well now. And he's not the slowest bowler around either. Generating some gas so far.
Wheels.
Oh. Is it inappropriate to mention gas in time of load shedding? It's
Too soon, Dougie. Too soon, my man.
oh yeah. Mayer coming in once again.
Whoa, almost a run-out opportunity there after a good-looking drive from Jason Smith. His mirrored number from 12 to 21, John Smuts, was keen for the single, but turned back shortly after that. Smith retains the strike.
Yeah, it's the last thing that the Dolphins would want now is a run out. It's really a criminal way of dismissal at this level.
Pressure building up here. Great bowling from Ronaldo Meyer.
One ball remaining in the over. This time he's gotten big on him and he's gotten over it almost at head height, guiding it down to a backward square leg region. That does bring to an end the 22nd over. 93 for 2, while the Duckworth Lewis and Stern par at the is 96. Who would have thought Northwest Dragons are ahead of the game at this stage after a really good start from the Dolphins?
Mutusami continues from the southern end to Jason Smith.
But Smith is on strike.
Jason Smith off the back foot to the offside.
This one being pushed down the ground. John Smuts continuing to just prod along. 95 on the board now. Required run rate climbing ever so slightly.
Now you can feel the Northwest Dragons just turning on the screws just a little bit. Slowly starting to accumulate the pressure.
Really well bowled from it, Sammy. Just 3 runs coming from it. He's only gone for 8 in his 3 overs, keeping things really tight in these middle overs as you would expect. And Dolphins just sort of needing to rebuild. We saw a great rebuild in the Northwest Dragons innings, so it is possible. But the sun has disappeared on us, as Tsepo brought to our attention earlier. And these overcast conditions lending themselves more and more to the bowling attack. Meyer coming in, just 2 runs off his first 2 overs conceded.
And he's on the money once again. A quick single being taken here by John Smuts. Oh, a shy at the bowler's end.
Oh my goodness, Smith not happy with that call, just gesturing to John. That really wasn't a run on there. They ended up making it, and I'm pretty sure he would have been safe. But really nervy moments there if you are a Dolphins fan.
I'm familiar with the expression "no risk, no reward." But that risk, or how you say the juice, might not have been worth the squeeze on that occasion. Putting your partner at risk Just for one run, boss. Oh, wow. Smash, but straight to the man at deep square leg. Was keen to just get the strike to get bats on ball, maybe.
It was a really good looking shot for one run. As they do have cover out that deep square boundary.
Jason Smith on strike again now, and will be ready to take that quick single.
So really good fielding once again in that point region this time. As yeah, it's Mutsami, but and he's also not the smallest, most agile oak around, and really throwing himself at that. It's been an inspired fielding performance so far, and Northwest Dragons giving everything they have to offer today. This time just guided to that third man region. And that takes the Dolphins to 99.
One run shy of 100. And 3 runs shy of the DLS par score at 102. We'll be hoping not to lose any more wickets.
This one short, pulled away. Absolute power, destructive shot there from John Smuts. Once again demonstrating that physical ability that he has with wielding the willow. Comes out the middle of the bat, and Ronaldo Mayer, who's been really good so far, just dropping it a little too short and paying the price.
And that brings up the 100 for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. That coming off 23.5 overs, 103 for 2.
This one he's leant back onto that, punching it out to the deep for another single. Ronaldo Mayer over, going for 8 runs. Really successful one for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. And just sort of counter punching on Ronaldo Mayer's bowling. With Sammy just to continue now. Going at less than 3 to the over. It's been really tight. It's holding up an end here for the Northwest Dragons.
That's what they're going to need. Just pressure to build on one end of the pitch, and hopefully for wickets to tumble on the other. But great counter punching from John Smuts.
This one driven down the ground. Hawken coming around to collect. Does seem to be that the storm clouds that were surrounding the venue have started shifting away. It's good news for all of us cricket lovers that want to see full 47 overs in this innings.
It's all about cricket being the winner at the end of the day.
As much as cricket is to be the winner, I'm sure these teams won't see it that way. They'll want to be the winner, and cricket as just a bystander.
With Sammy just racing through his over here.
Once again, just pushed into the offside. Duan Janssen very involved in the field in that point region. He's had a lot of action in that. The ball has come to him quite often.
Good bowling from Mutusami. Bowling to his field. Hasn't been too costly. I believe he's yet to concede a boundary. Stand to be corrected.
Once again going down the ground. Another really good over from Mutusami. Just the 3 runs coming from it. Score is 107 for 2. And we are at the halfway mark of this chase. Well, apologies, with the reduced overs, we're beyond the halfway mark. Just to give you an update from Bloemfontein, Mangaung Oval, the iTech Knights taking on the G-Bets Warriors. And if you remember, the Warriors had set a total of 223 as a target. Currently the Knights 108 for 4, rebuilding after some early wickets. After 26.2, Bite van Biljon and Bueta at the crease there.
And a change of bowler here as Hawken comes back into the attack. Change of ends for him as well. No, I'm wrong.
This time he's had a huge heave at that and catching the inside edge. Goodness me, he's got away with that one. John Smuts, inside edge, racing away to the boundary at what's a really quick outfield at JB Marks Oval. And Aldred Hawken almost striking on the very first ball of his second spell. Already into his 6th over.
Just keeping that well outside off stump here. Looking to draw John Smuts into playing some strokes here. Hopefully find some more edges. But unfortunate not to see another wicket tally up for his figures.
This time driving. There's a little bit of movement off the pitch there. Just jagging in towards the batsman John Smuts, as Hawken showing his what makes him so valuable is that really does get a lot of movement. It doesn't matter how old the ball is. It just makes things uncomfortable for the batsman. This one full, driven with real girth, and straight to the fielder though.
Northwest Dragons now just losing a little bit of control here with this counter punch of John Smuts.
Having said that though, John Smuts not really timing it as well as he would have liked. He's quite often finding the outside halves of the bat. Really good over from Hawken, including that ball that went for 4, just catching the inside edge. Brilliant over comes to an end. Aldred Hawken after 6 overs also going at 3 runs to the over. Real economical.
It has been economical. It's unfortunate for him that he hasn't got himself a wicket of just yet. But he's been doing well to just keep it nice and tight. Only player with a maiden so far in the Northwest Dragons outfit.
Mutusami continuing. Been really good.
And the Nelson just passes with that shot as Jason Smith just gets his batting partner on strike.
Wind starting to pick up at the ground. It's a cool breeze that I'm sure the players will welcome.
Oh, no doubt. Just keeping it nice and tight, Mutsami. Tight once again. It's exactly what his team needs from him, just to build up the pressure on the one end. Get John Smuts facing a few dot balls. There it is! Something was about to give, something had to give there. And
Mutasami just looking so deflated. He was convinced that was out. John Smuts once again surviving what was a wicket-threatening delivery. Going down on one knee, trying to sweep it. And umpire probably deciding that that's going down leg. Mutasami bowling really well.
And just releasing a little bit of pressure with that one. Allowing John Smuts to rotate strike. But he definitely thought he had his man, did Mutusami. And just conceding 2 in that over. A single to each batsman.
27 overs gone, 113 for 2. Suddenly you do sense a shift in momentum in this game, and it's been coming since those wickets. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins slightly on the back foot at the moment, and Northwest Dragons staying true to form in that they have made a real fight of this bowling innings.
And Hawkins starts off with a wide. There's fine margins here, literally flirting with that wide line. And the umpire didn't like what he saw.
This one, a huge heave at by John Smuts. It hasn't been the prettiest innings by any means. You can see the intent to take on the bowlers, but he hasn't been timing it as well as we've come to know him to do. But he's still got those runs ticking over. Now moved on to 28.
Now John Smuts is probably going to be a major key to this Dolphins chase. Lawson was vital at the beginning as Smith just gets this up into the air and landing safely ahead of the man at deep point. But yes, John Smuts will be very vital for the Dolphins in these middle overs. As we said, experienced veteran, knows how to navigate this period of the game, has been around the block. I'll be a vital wicket here for the home side.
This one driven down the ground. Timed that so well. Mayer coming around to collect. He's hit that so well as John Smuts.
I can definitely strike the ball clean, and this is the last person you'd want to be bowling against towards the back end of the innings. All the more reason for this wicket, or the vitality of this wicket for the Northwest Dragons.
Nice little slower ball there Aldred Hawken mixing things up, keeping things entertaining. Don't know about you, but I'm entertained. This is setting up for a real cracking finish here today.
I'm pretty entertained myself. This has been some good cricket. Not bad at all. Has been a fight from both sides. It wasn't a walkover by any means. And at any point, the game can swing either way.
This one driven out, but a very full Yorkerish type length from Hawken, making it really difficult to get under.
Quick ball, okay?
Once again, just taking the pace off of that. Did Hawken as it's been pushed out into the deep. That does bring to an end over number 28. Score is 119 for 2.
The game hanging in the balance here for both sides. The DLS score says that it's the Northwest Dragons who are ahead of this game, not by much, literally just by 4 runs, as the Dolphins need 133 to win, with just 114 balls left to face. But Sammy continues and finds the outside edge of John Smuts. Gets a single to start off.
This one's been cut, that backward point region being kept busy, as there have been for a lot of this game, lots of backward point shots being played. Sammy continuing in his vein of keeping things tight.
Doing a job here for his team is Mutsami. Just keeping that the wind really starting to pick up here at the JB Marks Oval, as Jason Smith just leans back and slices this one to the man fielding out there in the deep.
It's the end of another over. 29 overs gone. 121 for 2. 131 required, with 126 balls remaining.
Just 2 off that over there for Mutsami. Doing well just to slowly take this game away from the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. As economical as he is, they need wickets to do the Northwest Dragons. And Dwayne Pretorius has been commissioned with that job. He gets the ball here. It's a change of ends for him as well, coming from the northern end. This one punched down the ground by Jason Smith. Just the single.
Middle overs always tend to bring about that lull that you speak of, Tsepo. Things start slowing down, just moving towards the business end of the innings. It's been worked into the leg side, just a single. Still a fascinating contest in that few more wickets put the Dolphins on the back foot, whereas the longer these two bat, the more the Northwest Dragons will start doubting. But with Dwayne Pretorius into the attack, there's always that X factor.
Another single here, or another dot ball rather. That Jason Smith faces. But yes, as Douglas says, a slower ball on off stump, just driven to the onside. John Smuts was keen for a second run there, but turned back by Jason Smith. Plays this one to the onside once again. Finds the inside edge of the bat. Running the second one hard and running it well. Great running between the wickets here, between these two batters.
1, 2, big board Victorious. So, 10 to 50 partnership.
A big appeal here from Dwayne Pretorius. Looks like it's probably straying down leg side. And that's a leg bye against Dwayne Pretorius. And that wraps up the 30th over. 127 for 2. Mutusami to continue plying his trade on the southern end of the field. It was airborne for some time off the edge of John Smuts' bat, but as we can expect from Mutusami, we're going to see some tight bowling here. Not going to concede many runs. Yet another dot here. And it's all about connecting the dots for Mutusami here on this end of the pitch. A big sweep, a big appeal, and it's given. He's got his man, does Mutusami. John Smuts going for the sweep once again. And this time, Mutusami has his man.
And his real hard toil and sort of guile that he's been grinding away at has finally paid off, as he's got rid of a really frustrated John Smuts. As he's walking off, the shakes of the head would indicate that I don't know if he's frustrated with a call, but frustrated nonetheless, because he is out, and that's another wicket for the Northwest Dragons. And spoke about a slight lull, but that's a way to get the energy up, and we speak about the one brings two factor.
And he really deserved that wicket, did Mutusami. Has been plying his trade there on the other end. has been keeping the batters quiet and eventually paying dividends.
Yeah, John Smuts departing for 35 or 52 deliveries, having scored 3 boundaries in that time. And the new man to the crease, Bradley Porteous. He's playing his 20th match now, and he's got 250s and 100. Bit confused as to that highest score. However, he got his highest score versus Western Province, and that was in the 22-23 season. So Bradley Porteous coming in some good form, good average, and we'll be looking to improve on that. Mutsami finally getting that wicket, 6.3 overs in, and he's only gone for those 15 runs. Fantastic work.
No, he has been doing very well, Douglas.
And he's cut that one out into the offside. That's another single there just to get off the mark immediately. Does Porteous, as the wind is wreaking havoc here at JB Marks. Does seem though that we will get a full day's play in here.
Very, very decent front foot stroke here from, or a front foot block from Jason Smith. He's going to be the man that needs to take them over the line now. Big hitters already in the dugout. As a beautiful front foot drive all the way to long off. Gets himself a single, a good looking single if ever I've seen one, to wrap up the over. 31st over has come to a close as the Dolphins now 129 for 3. And Mutasami in that previous over getting the scalp of John Smuts, who was definitely the key to the chase of the Dolphins. Now this major big hitter has gone. The Northwest Dragons will feel a little bit better. I believe that is the end of his spell. Seems like that is the case as Dwayne Pretorius continues. Right arm over this one a little bit straight. They ran the first one hard but decided against the second. Good anticipation and awareness from Duan Janssen.
It's not exactly an arm that you want to be taking on, is it?
Definitely not, I wouldn't. Very imposing as we see the long off come into the circle to mid-off, and I believe it's a fine leg, third man. A shy at the bowler's end, and yes, the field's outside the circle, fine leg, third man, deep square leg and a deep point. And as I say that deep point, the sweeper on the offside comes into the circle. So only 3 fielders outside the circle now. So looking to just apply that tight squeeze. Even the mid-off coming in a little bit closer. And this for the new batter, keep him on strike.
And
what a heave here to Kyle Corner down the ground. No one was going to stop that one.
he's absolutely muscled that to Kyle Corner. Really good shot. And he's not here to hang around, is he?
No, and it's not just that, it's the required run rate that's pushing him this way. 6.8 in the previous over, rockets it up to 7.7 now, even after that boundary. To the same region once again, this time taking the aerial route. Will Janssen cut it off? Unfortunately not for the Northwest Dragons. Back-to-back boundaries in the same region.
Yeah, back-to-back boundaries indeed. It's that pressure release. Just to we talk about that counter punch. Bit of a counter punch here as Porteous not wasting any time. Get the feeling he's just bowled a bit straight this over, has Dwayne Pretorius, just inviting that leg side stroke play, and without any cover there at the cow corner region, it's been punished as that brings to an end a fruitful over for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. 139 for 3.
Now take a little bit of pressure off the Dolphins here, but that DLS pass score really running away now. There's a lot of wind here. There are clouds. They don't look too ominous, but a little bit behind the 8 ball here. But they do still have wickets in hand. It looks like they're putting pedal to the metal now.
Implementation of that first slip here. Janssen standing there. Oh! As you hear the chorus of chanting, fantastic delivery here from Mutsami. Really, really good delivery, and Porteous beaten all ends up.
Not even sure if there was a nick. It bounced off something.
I think that's exactly why that first slip is in place. But Porteous does push this down the ground for a single.
Looks like there's something in the pitch here for the spin bowlers.
We started seeing the batsmen do more and more gardening there in that region of delivery.
Definitely a challenging spell this. Mutsami definitely has his tail up here. But this one well placed. Just to rotate the strike, Jason Smith.
Yeah, he's just hit that one down the ground, keeping the runs flowing. I think we talk about those milestones, pushing into less than 100 required will definitely motivate them as they're inching closer. 111 required.
Another dot ball here for Mutsami. Has been applying the pressure here with the ball. It's probably been the pick of the bowlers here, the hardest to play against.
Oh, once again catching the outside half. No, seriously impressive from Mutsami. 8 overs that he's bowled now, and he's gone for 19. It's been superb. He's bowling at less than 2.5 to the over. And obviously getting that big scalp of John Smuts. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be a drinks break now as both teams refresh themselves for what will be the final stretch of this CSA One Day Cup fixture at JB Marks Oval. And welcome back. JB Marks Oval hosting this one-day cup fixture between the Northwest Dragons and the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. We are in a scenario now where 111 is required of 84 deliveries. Meyer into the attack.
Mutsami throwing himself around, getting his body behind that ball there. If he hadn't, would have been a boundary. I did well to get a hand to that as well. Very, very good fielding here. And that's what's going to be required to get them over the line here. The Northwest Dragons, constant pressure to keep themselves in this game. This game's far from over, but they are currently in the driver's seat. It's a very good punch. They ran the first one hard, looking for the second, deciding against it. As Pillay comes in from the sweeper region to pick that up, get that into the bowler ASAP. And it's just the accumulation of these fine margins that may just be the difference in the end. Runs that could have been 2 turned into 1. Boundaries being stopped, vital. This one up in the air, straight down the throat of Duan Janssen. Could not have picked out a fielder any better than that. Had to do little adjusting to pick that one up. And Northwest Dragons strike yet again.
Ronaldo Meyer coming into the attack again and once again striking in the first ball of his, or the first over of his spell, as Bradley Porteous, very short little cameo, 11 runs off 12 deliveries, and just the eruption of cheers that come from the ground just show that Northwest Dragons have a fair amount of support out here today. And one of the local favourites, Duan Janssen, opening up those mitts and making sure that that ball is held on to safely.
Yes, indeed. Great bowling led to this wicket as Andile Petrokwayo comes to the middle here. He's got his fair share of runs here, 1,890 in his List A career.
Yeah, got that 100 last season against the DP World Lions, the now DP World Lions, and more than capable with the bat. He's proven that multiple times, but he's coming in at in a situation which he'll be very familiar with, in that he's known as a bit of a finisher and really good at handling the willow.
No, definitely has the talent. We've seen it many times before, and I mean even last year in the domestic setup, he said scored big runs, or last season rather, this year's season, got big runs against the DP World Lions, but we'll be looking for heroic innings here. Backs up against the wall, the Dolphins, and maybe that's exactly what Andile Petrokwayo needs, just to gain a little bit of momentum, just to give him that push to score big runs.
How good has Ronaldo Meyer been? He's already got 2 wickets now for 11 runs in his 3.3. Been really good.
Now, Ronaldo Meyer is a game changer, no doubt about that. Coming right arm around to left-handed Petrokwayo, gets off the mark, just whipping it off the pads behind square. But yes, a game changer, a super sub. Like, the game absolutely was turned on its head when Ronaldo Meyer came in. Perfect first change bowler. Good delivery here once again. It's been on the money for most of the day here, Ronaldo Mayer. Ronaldo. And an injection of the right type of energy here. Definitely feel like he's hungry for a wicket, but also disciplined. Hasn't been throwing away any freebie deliveries here to the batters. That one just coming off the pads. Should be given as leg buys. Yes, just looks like he's difficult to get away.
Yeah, Ronaldo Mayer, he's hitting those uncomfortable lines and lengths. As you mentioned, difficult to get away. And yeah, it's been impressive. Really deserved those 2 wickets. And does partner very well with Mutasami, who we've been speaking about as the standout bowler so far. And he's only got 2 overs left. But I do believe we have a change in bowling. They are saving Mutasami for a later stage. It is the left arm quick in Duan Janssen. He had a bit of a tough time at the beginning, going at 6 to the over. But change of ends, change of fortunes, question mark.
And change of batters as well. As Jason Smith faces up to him. Front foot shot. Oh, a shy at the stumps there. A run out opportunity. High risk running from the 2 batters in the middle. And Andile Petlokwayo still on his knees. Saw his life flashing before his eyes, or at least saw his wicket flashing before his eyes there.
I tell you what, as spectacular as the initial fielding was, out of shot, Heino Kun backing up that shy would have definitely raced away to the boundary. And a really good diving attempt to minimize the damage that comes from that shy attempt. Really good chance. And Petlokwayo still taking a few moments as some heart in throat moments.
Batters trying to put the fielding team under pressure with those quick singles, but sometimes the pressure could just reverse and go back onto you. Don't want to take unnecessary risks here, lose your wickets.
First time Janssen's bowling to Petlokwayo today. Petlokwayo only having faced 1 ball.
Up in the air, landing safely as it goes to the man at third man. Andile Petlokwayo wanted a second, ran the first one hard, but Jason Smith wanted nothing to do with that.
Yeah, Petlokwayo from the beginning not shy to play his shots. Looking to accelerate as the required rate has now jumped up to 8.4 to the over. They won't want that to climb too much more before the 40th.
Strokes are definitely required here. A nice looking front foot stroke, but requires a little bit more power to turn that into a boundary. As you say, you don't want that run rate striking up now, or shooting up if you will, and you need to get boundaries now to get yourself in a better position later. Off the pads, good bowling here from Duan Janssen.
It'll be interesting to see the dynamic here between the 2 batsmen, as Petlokwayo does seem to be more of an aggressor as opposed to Jason Smith, who's, well, I mean, he's on 18 or 41 deliveries.
An anchor, some people call.
That's exactly where I was going with that. And just make sure that there is someone ticking over the singles. Maybe Petlokwayo getting that boundary and over.
This one straying down the leg side. Duan Janssen even straying down the lefty's leg side.
Yeah, he's given away quite a few wides today. Been struggling with these lines. As we see 12 extras for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. It's been a few gifted runs, that's for sure.
Has been a few gifted runs, but Dolphins not taking advantage of this enough, you'd feel. Maybe
Well,
just don't have the firepower in the middle at the moment.
Yeah, look, I think Andile Petrikwayo will be spending some time just making sure that he gets his eye in, and the real aggression will come in closer to the 40th over. It's probably still a bit early to go on the aggress.
But you definitely feel that standing on one side or being trapped on one end of the pitch won't be doing you any favors, or at least will be working into the hands of the bowling team, because you have the scoreboard to be playing against. There's scoreboard pressure here.
And Meyer coming in once again. Not the most convincing calling in the middle. There's just a slight bit of hesitation, consideration. But Meyer coming in now for his 5th over. I do believe he'll play a big role going into these final overs now.
No doubt about that. Has been playing a major role throughout this innings. Just getting the wicket to shift the momentum of this game. Every time the Dolphins looked like they were going to get themselves back into this game, a wicket would tumble.
This one's been driven through the covers out to that deep point region, as the Dolphins now slowly approaching their next milestone, 150, and approaching that less than 100 required mark.
One run away from a milestone here, the Dolphins. 149 at the moment. Partnership of 7 off 12. Short ball, it's in the air, but it will land safely. And that will bring up the 150 for the Dolphins. 150 coming after 219 balls. 16 fours, no sixes, but the 150 up nonetheless. Takes the score to win, or that means that the Dolphins have 102 runs to get to be successful in this game. Still a mountain to climb. Slower ball, there's an edge, and Hainu Kun picks it up. The live wire that is Ronaldo Meyer strikes again.
Ronaldo Meyer just keeping on with that line, that length, and a frustrated figure is Jason Smith. He's toiled hard for his runs, and Ronaldo Meyer striking once again. He's been superb. Jason Smith spending a good deal of time at the crease, getting 19 in his 44 deliveries. Interestingly enough, not finding the boundary once, and you have to wonder if it was out of discomfort, if it was just the fact that he'd never really settled, or if he just felt he had to be that anchor that you speak of. But just flaying at a wide one, catching the outside edge, and then departing.
No, maybe trying to release the shackles here. We saw someone similar in the Northwest Dragons innings, Shaylin Pillay. He managed to get a boundary here. He managed to get some lusty blows from time to time, but just not showing the same amounts of control in this innings, Jason Smith. But We have Ethan Bosch coming into the middle now.
Yeah, Ethan Bosch doing a great job with the ball in hand, and now he's going to be asked to do some work with the bat. More than capable, that's for sure. And he's joining Pehlukwayo in a situation where neither of them have faced too many balls. So a slight rebuild required before they can launch. Slight setback for the Dolphins.
More than slight, Douglas, if you ask me. The Dolphins have been lacking partnerships since the top of the order fell without scoring big runs, that is. They did score, just got the starts, but just weren't able to finish. Sandile Pehlukwayo, who's on the non-strikers end, Bosch is facing up. Oh, he's bowled him! He's beaten him all ends up through the bat and pad, and the furniture disturbed. Thanks for coming.
Ethan Bosch wasting his legs, walking out to the middle. He's gone there for one delivery, and Ronaldo Meyer doing the work. He's really bowled so well, and not much of that leg stump left. Umpire's got a lot of digging to do to fix that furniture.
Oh, what an exceptional delivery, just sneaking in between bat and pad. Squared up completely, and it's Ethan Bosch who's returning to the dugout without scoring. Was out there for 2 minutes but only faced one ball, as this mountain seems insurmountable for the Dolphins now, well into the lower order, and have over 100 runs to score.
And the new man to the crease, Sir Brian. He's no palooka with a bat, that's for sure, averaging 20.6, and he's played a lot of games, lots of experience. It wouldn't be the first time he's come out in a match rescuing scenario, and it is, as you see, a hat-trick ball for Ronaldo Meyer, the new man, Sir Brian, needing to negate that if he can. Man, wouldn't that be fantastic to see a hat-trick ball today?
If anyone deserves it, it's the man himself, Ronaldo Meyer, the impact player. He's had a fantastic spell with the ball in front of the home fans.
Number 61, Meyer, this is your time to shine. And he'll definitely have his tail up. The way he's been bowling, the confidence will be there. As the slow clap building up at JB Marks Oval. And I foresee a slight hush as a premature slow clap rebuilds Ronaldo Meyer.
Whoa! He's just missed the off stump. Everybody was up for that one.
Hands
Oh
on
my
knee
word.
stuff for Heino Kun. He was the best seat in the house to see how that close that was. And Meyer with an outstanding performance so far. And lots of excitement. The young man stepping up when his teams needed him most.
The Northwest Dragons have had a good game so far. Safe to say at this point of the game, they have been the better team so far. Have been doing very, very well with the bats. A fantastic, mammoth partnership between Mutsami and who was it?
And Brits, that is.
And yes, Chris Brits. Thank you, Douglas. And the bowlers also stepping up to the plate. As Duan Janssen now coming from the southern end.
Hey, some nifty glove work there from Heino Kun. First to grab the ball that's strayed once again down leg side from Duan Janssen. And in the process of fielding that ball, gets a direct hit. Just maybe reminding the batsman not to take him on.
The tails are definitely up here. Feels like a confidence move rather than a desperation move here from the captain. Just holding that pressure here on the Dolphin batters. This one up in the air, but just clearing the man at cover. Mid-off will come around to pick that up. It's just a single. Didn't get hold of that ball in any shape or form, but it did land safely.
Yeah, bit of a disappointing fielding effort from the birds that were sitting out there in the field as they run away from the ball. And once again, not timed very well, and it's been sort of a characteristic of the batting on this pitch so far today, where there's been a lot of missed timing. And I do believe it's probably because of the slow nature of the pitch and all the rain that's fallen over the last few days.
No doubt about that. It demands a change in gears. Ooh, Duan Janssen. Back of a length delivery outside off stump. So Brian doing what he should be doing at this point. There's no time to rest on your laurels when the required run rate is up to 9.6. So we're definitely going to see fireworks here. Either wickets are going to tumble quickly or we're going to see big runs. Janssen going for the back of a length delivery once again.
Yeah, that steep bounce from the tall figure is not always the easiest to face, but seen very early by Sir Brian and just ducking out the way.
Using his height to good effect, Duan Janssen. Just making it an uncomfortable situation for the Dolphins batters as the sun peeks out of the clouds here on the western side. Back foot punch square of the wicket. There's protection out there. Just seeing the man from third man coming from the boundaries, coming into the circle, and it's cover who's going to the boundary now. Only the 4 boundary riders or deep square leg, sorry, not cover, cow corner that is. My mistake. Andile Petlukwayo, the left-handed batter, just tickle this down to a short fine leg. We moved from deep fine leg to wrap up that over with a dot ball. 152 for 6.
Yeah, just to give you an update at one of the other fixtures that's been happening today. It is the DP World Lions that took on the G-Bet Rocks, and the results coming out from the DP World Wanderers is that DP World Lions have won. They're making their charge towards the top of the table with that win, are overtaking the Momentum Multiply Titans, and then depending on this fixture will be competing with the Northwest Dragons for that second spot on the table.
Solid looking back foot punch by Sir Brian. Does well to rotate the strike, but they're going to need more than just rotating the strike here. They need to deal in boundaries. Otherwise, they're just going to allow themselves to a loss here. Just under 10 overs left. Just under 100 runs left to get 99 in 59 balls. It's a big ask, no doubt about that. Short delivery. Try to really get on top of this one, Andile Petlukwayo. But the fielder in the deep comfortably fields this one for yet another single. And just reflecting on these two innings, just looking at the difference between the two. all into that one partnership between Mutsami and Chris Brits. Oh, a front foot punch through the covers. A lot of work to do for the man sweeping on the offside boundary. But all that work in vain. A beautiful back foot punch boundary from Sir Brian.
Yeah, cracking shot, Sir Brian, piercing that infield. Great stroke play. And we'll definitely appreciate that for a bit of a confidence boost. 94 required from 57. We're inching closer to the more defining moments of the game.
And a lot more of these confidence boosts. So they're going to get themselves over the line here. Big bounce here, given as a wide by the square leg umpire.
And that is also one for the over, not surprisingly.
Quite the response here from Ronaldo Meyer. Doesn't like being hit for boundaries. Has been quite economical until that point. Actually still is. Hasn't conceded too many runs. Perfect delivery, full and straight on that fourth stump line. And good fielding off his own bowling. Secure that ball. Foot shots. Well fielded once again. Not conceding any runs for free here. Going for that wide Yorker, even a slower ball Yorker that is. Just looping that in that fifth stump line. Just placed on the offside where the sweeper does the fielding to wrap up the over. 160 for 6 after 38 overs. 9 overs left. Northwest will be looking to just wrap this up ASAP. Oh, back foot shot, it's up in the air. Man under it makes no mistake. Duarte Jansen has his man. And so Brian has to go back to the dugout. Fantastic catch here in the deep. And it's the man once again, it's Meyer. You can't keep him out of this game. He's literally everywhere. And that means it's Penelin Subrian, after scoring 7 runs off 10 balls, with 1 boundary, needs to go back to the dugout. And that brings Simelani to the middle. That's Andile and Andile in the middle with Simelani in his 7 games, scoring runs. You saw the stuff there. 7th wicket down now for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Northwest Dragons are looking to just wrap this up now. Left arm over the wickets. Bounce of notes. That's definitely the first one of the over there. Now that's how you don't want to be introduced to the crease. That was hectic. Quite the welcoming here from Duan Janssen. He's looking venomous at the moment. This one a bit fuller. An edge in the air to a vacant gully region. And a quick strike rotation. Got himself off the mark, Simelani. As we see the lights just coming on now. Now it's getting a little bit dark out. Wind just moving the clouds around. And just getting some overcast shadows here. Dile Petlokwai already coming down the pitch to meet that delivery. Takes a quick single. Gets his namesake on strike, Simelani. At this stage of the game with the required rates well over 10, closer to 11, only 50 balls left. What is there to do but just give it all you got, give it a bash. Try go for some personal milestones. This one whipped off the pads, ran the first one hard, decided against the second.
Final ball of what's been probably Janssen's best over so far today. He's just conceded the 3 runs and got that wicket, that vital wicket going into these final overs.
Definitely the over that's paid dividends so far. Ran the first one hard, decided against the second. But yes, has been plying his trade out there, trying his best, and eventually that came through.
11 overs remaining. It's 66 deliveries. No, apologies. 48 deliveries. Oh goodness, yeah, apologies. We've got 3 overs off the total amount of overs. That slight little rain delay just affecting us. Only 47 overs being played. So 48 deliveries left and 88 required to win. And that required run rate has now gone to 11. Andile Petlukwayo, the man with the world of weight on his shoulders.
Trying to come to the pitch of the ball here, but you expect a double step to end in a big shot. But just choosing to nudge it to a vacant gap to get a single. This would have come in handy a lot earlier.
You'd have to think that a boundary and over is sort of past standard at this stage.
2 boundaries, 3 boundaries and over are necessary. It's the only way they're getting over the line here. You don't want to die wondering. You want to give it all you got. Brilliant delivery and deciding against the single here. Quick movement here from cover.
I just go back to that Northwest Dragons innings towards the end, that acceleration towards the end, to add an extra 30 or 40 runs than what they were looking at getting in at one stage. That's coming in so pivotally at the moment. Also, the fact that they didn't lose any more wickets because of that Duckworth Lewis and Stern boost.
Oh, going for the Yorker there, Hawkins. A quick shot at the bowler's end! And Simelane is safe on the non-striker's end. But yes, the difference between the two innings, wickets in hand, is definitely a major difference here, with Mutsami and Brits in the middle.
That's a cracking
brilliant shot.
That's really well fielded as well. Diving effort. It's been an inspired fielding performance from the Northwest Dragons today. And is it Mutsami?
No, it was Mokoena, that one,
Mokoena.
who did the fielding.
Mokoena just throwing his body about, making sure that his team don't give away any more runs than necessary. Great effort once again.
Ooh, that one looked like it just nipped off the seam and cramped up Simelane for room. He's done well to get 2 runs from that despite the awkward shot. But still, that's too little. They need boundaries here, do the Dolphins. Need to be going for the boundaries. That's exactly what he tries to do here, looking for the gap between the sweeper and cover. Sweeper does well to cut that off. It's a very powerful shot by Simelane to wrap up the over. Well fielded by Pile, sweeping on the offside to save 2 runs. So we see Alred Hawkins figures 8 overs, 1 maiden, 31 runs, and only conceding 4 fours. And as you can see there, balls remaining 42, 81 to win. Literally needing to go at almost double. A run rate required 11.6. Two sixes and over at a minimum. Dile Pethokwaya sets himself up. But a very, very wide ball. Almost off the pitch that time. Duan Janssen trying to follow Andile Petrukwayo to the offside, but just led astray a little bit. Waiting for that delivery, finds a top edge and a bouncer short of the man at fine leg. It's just a single. Bouncer, and this one is up in the air. Oh, and just evading the man at fine leg.
A rather creative stroke there from Andile Simelane, and he's just managed to get under that, taking on the fielder at the fine leg region. And it was close, but 2 bounces to the boundary. And it's 4 runs, 4 welcome runs added to the points tally, or the run tally, apologies.
And that's exactly what they need here. No one resting on their laurels, no one giving up the ghost, no one dying wondering. Going for the big shots. Whatever happens, happens. Let the cards fall where they may. But you're going to give it a big bash. Oh. This time, a deft touch to the man here at backward point.
Just to give you an update from Mangaung Oval, where the iTech Knights are taking on the Dolphins Warriors. The Knights are chasing, and they need 223 to win. Currently 183 for 5.
This one whipped off the pads by Andile Petrolkwaya. They ran the first one hard and decided against the second, not trying to challenge the arm of Grant Mokwena, fielding at deep square leg, swept around to just go backward of square to get that one. Short delivery finds the edge and races down to the third man boundary.
Well, Tsepo, we were talking about boundaries in an over. This is exactly what they would have needed. It's really good so far from this over. 12 runs. That's pretty much stock standard for what's required now. And there is still one ball remaining. So, if they can capitalize on this final ball, it'll be a big boost going forward.
This is exactly what these Dolphins need. Accelerate the run rate with at least 2 boundaries and over. What on earth happened there? Did that hit the bat? Did that hit the pads? It was just raw pace towards the body of Andile Simelane. The job done in the end as Duan Janssen wraps up his 8th over. 46 runs conceded so far, 4 fours. Probably the more expensive of the bowlers here.
Hollywoodbets Dolphins. 41 overs completed and 6 remaining.
And coming back into the attack is Mutsami.
The least expensive bowler probably in this inning so far.
Yeah, he's been really impressive, and he's still got 2 overs. And Captain Kun showing real faith in him to come in at what you would consider the death of the innings now. And a few more good overs really puts it out of reach for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Definitely will do that. And the thing you can get from Mutsami is you're either going to get wickets or you're going to get some very, very tight bowling. But maybe the Dolphins have something to say about that. Nope, looks like it's business as usual here for Mutsami. Definitely brought into the attack just to add a little bit more pressure to this run chase. So he has protection on the boundary in front of square on the leg side. This one sent in the air and sent over the head of long off. There was nothing he could do about that. Mayer just watched it sail over the boundary as the kiddo is looking to fetch the ball for Mayer.
Yeah, fantastic stroke. Andile Petrolkwaya deciding it's time. Doesn't matter how well he's bowled. It's time to score some runs.
Needs to do it again, and he tries one more time, and just bouncing short of the man on the boundary. Definitely had a little bit of time to get under that, but decided to save the boundary instead of going for the wicket there. Would have been spectacular if he did, but hey, rather safe than sorry. Could have been embarrassing just bouncing over him. That would have been crazy.
I tell you what, Sepa, we're in for an entertaining final 33 deliveries here, if it goes that far, as the day draws to a close.
62 of 33 required. This one down the leg side. It's up in the air. Duan Janssen under it, and he picks it up. Not enough to get it over the boundary. And that's the wicket that the Northwest Dragons were looking for. The crowd goes wild here at the JB Marks Oval.
Andile Similani going down on one knee, trying to sweep that out and try and clear the boundary, but you're taking on the tallest man on the field, and those hands, safest pair on the field, and he's gone for 16 off 12 deliveries, and the end is nigh. We are so close to the end. New man to the crease, Darren de Pavlon, and he's got all the work to do.
And in his 30 List A games, 16 innings, 91 runs at an average of 15.2. And will need more than his average here. 62 off 32 required. Similane was probably one of their best chances of getting there, the Dolphins. And now it's up to Andile Petlukwayo to take them over the line here. But Mutsami striking, it was either going to be wickets or tight bowling. We got one of the two there. Rocketing this one in. Andile Petlukwayo denying the single there. Rejecting the single, that's it. It's the Northwest Dragons who denied the single. Sammy comes left arm around. Pavlon paddles this down the ground to the man Chris Brits on the boundary. And in retrospect, his refusal to take that earlier catch paying dividends. The next ball going down the throat of Duan Janssen. So good team effort as Mutusami, after his 9 overs, has his 2 wickets and conceded just 27 runs.
And we do have what looks like Dwayne Pretorius.
Indeed it is.
Coming back into the attack at this vital stage of the game. Northwest Dragons definitely won't mind the singles at this stage, knowing full well that boundaries are the only way back in, with required rates now jumping over 12, 12.42 the over. Still so much hard work to do here, and the inevitable is drawing ever so near.
I know there's at this point in the game, it's probably only one way this result would be going, unless the Northwest Dragons absolutely throw this away. They will be secured a victory. They just need to make sure of how they go about doing that. This one outside off stump. Andile Petlukwayo throwing his bat at this straight to the fielder at deep point. Just a single. Slower ball outside off stump for the right-handed De Pavlon this time, as we hear the rumblings of thunder in the distance. At this point, if DLS were to get involved, the Dolphins would be comfortably behind at just 194. They need 230 DLS par. And Andile Petlukwayo sets himself up. A big splice of the bat shot. and gets himself a boundary. Does the left-handed medium pace bowler. High risk, high reward at the moment. They need to be dealing in boundaries because they have a long way to go. No holding back here. This time to the onside as a fielder circle around to get that one. Fired into the keeper, just a single. Pretorius in again with a slower ball and just puts his hands up. No need to shout the stumps. A single is all right. It's all they need. And a relatively decent over. Just 8 off it. And that single brings up the 200 for the Dolphins. This 200 runs coming in 266 balls. 24s and 1 6. Mutsami to continue. Mutusami to continue. Coming left arm around. To the pitch of the ball. Daryl de Pavillon. It's up in the air. And it's well over Long On's head. A big shot from the bowler. Sheesh. Sammy to continue, and this one just tickled to the leg side. Oh, quick shot, the stumps, and there's a big appeal, and the umpire remains unmoved. No matter what, that was some valiant fielding from Hainu Kun. Got the glove up fast while still on the ground, shied at the stumps, and Muthusami a great pickup, but didn't get the wicket. It was a tight call for the umpire. Umpire Hendricks. Oh, it's huge! No need to move at all if you're on the field. That's straight to the stands. Andile Pethlo Kwayo coming alive in the dying moments of the game. Is there a twist in the tail here at the JB Marks Oval? With Sammy's already conceded 2 maximums in this over. And this one powered down the ground. They run the first one hard. They run the second one now. And the Pavillon makes it safely. Coming around the wicket, down the pitch, and Andile Petlukwaya couldn't find the middle of the bat there, much to his frustration.
Yeah, Tsepo, this is getting a bit scary here for the local boys. Suddenly a bit of a counter attack from Petlukwaya, as we have expected.
The squeakiest of bum times at the moment now. Big shot here, but not big enough.
Some really intense running between the wickets. A few lusty blows has brought about a really, really big over. And it's kind of destroyed Mutsami's figures a bit, having now finished off with figures of 2 for 44 in his 10 overs. And the last 2 overs, Dolphins have really taken to him. And that's the risk you take, bowling a spinner at the death, unfortunately. But Dwayne Pretorius now to come and bowl over number 9, De Pavillon on strike.
Big shot finds the gap with the latest cut. There was nothing the fielder could do about that one. Raw pace and placement from the pace bowler.
Yeah, well, that's a boundary to start the over. And suddenly it's 31 required from 17 deliveries. And we speak about momentum. Suddenly it looks like the Dolphins have the momentum with them. 1 wicket does change that though.
Quick single here from Daryl De Pavillon after getting his boundary. Says my job here is done. Andile, take the wheel.
Who else would you want there, man? Petluquayo, 33 of 25 at this stage. He's he's more than capable, and I think he's going into the leg side here.
Good call as it goes straight to the man at mid-on, Duan Janssen. So a very good delivery here from Dwayne Pretorius as well. Not giving Petluquayo enough room to get under that one.
Just deciding against going for the single. Petluquayo will really feel that this is possible. 2 runs, a ball, 12 to the over. It's possible.
Boom! Over mid-on and might just be over the rope. Yes, it is. Andile Petluquayo. That's the first boundary. The first 6 needed. Just needs another one here, maybe just 2 runs, and the required rate has been achieved for the over. So there looks like there's a twist in this tail here. Douglas.
Petluquayo middling that one over the tall figure of Duan Janssen, who could just watch in despair.
This one wide and chopped under, and under edge is shy at the bowler's end. A direct hit, but he would have been comfortably in from there.
Oh, it's full of drama. Over here, you don't know what's going to happen. And they decided against the run. But that 6 was massive in the context of this game. Dwayne Pretorius, one more delivery to sort of salvage the over that's already gone for 11 runs.
Needs just one more to make a 12 off the over. Andile Petluquayo. It's
a top delivery from Dwayne Pretorius, showing all the experience in the world there to grab himself a second dot ball to round out the over. It is 2 overs remaining, 24 required. Who would have thought that this is what it's coming down to? It's thrilling stuff.
Who would have thought that it would have still felt possible for the Dolphins here? 2 wickets in hand, 24 runs to get, 2 overs left. Anything can happen here. Anything can happen.
We've been talking about Petluquayo, but how's this little cameo from Daryl De Pavillon? And he's on 16 of 10 deliveries. What does he do now? Guide down to third man, give Andile the strike?
Boundary. Oh, confusion! And a little jaunty Rhodes dive there from Hainu Kun.
It was a questionable decision to go for the run with a keeper running in there. De Pavillon did try and guide that to that third man region. And it's getting really dark here under the floodlights at JB Marks Oval, and we're in for a thrilling finish.
Dot ball is exactly what Northwest Dragons needed. Slower ball, back of a length delivery. Daryl De Pavillon leaning back and slicing this backward of square. Gets 2 runs. The best he could hope for there.
You see Daryl De Pavillon running back to his marker, and it seems to be an overrate issue as well as we go into the final few minutes. It's so tense here at the ground. 10 balls.
Did well to follow the batter, Hawken there. Trying to give himself some room, Darren de Pavillon. But well followed. Just the single here. And Andile Petlokwayo has 3 balls to get at least 9 runs.
I'm sure he'll be looking for a few more if possible, just to bring that required in the final over to around 10 if possible. 21 required at this stage.
Gets hold of that one and sends it over the long off boundary. Andile Petlokwayo dealing in boundaries now.
And that one's cleared onto the embankment. The fans are going wild. It's an incredible chase, this one, as our hero gets hoisted into the air, fielding that ball. Andile Petlokwayo might receive the same treatment if he brings them home.
Ooh, Daggy.
15 required from 8. 2 left in the over.
Tight. Oh, Yorker at the end here just dug that one out for a single. Did what he needed to do. Just 1 ball left in the over.
10 runs from the over so far. De Pavillon playing more than a useful hand over here, showing that even him on strike can yield runs. Petlokwayo just digging out what was a really good Yorker.
Another Yorker attempt here. A brilliant Yorker just to keep the Pavillon at the non-striker's end in the next over. And it's come down to this, folks. 14 required off the last over. Who knew it was going to be this tight? I'm not going to lie, I didn't.
It's all to play for here. Looked like a foregone conclusion, but it's been a game that swung and swayed between the two sides. And if anything, this is probably the perfect ending to what's been a roller coaster of a fixture. It all comes down to this. Cohen Mangru, final over of the game, 14 required.
Hard to choose which team you'd want to be at this point. I think I'd be leaning towards the Northwest Dragons. Yes, the momentum is on the side of the Dolphins. But still, it's a big ask. 14 runs.
Andile Petlokwayo. What can he do? And the hush has fallen over the ground. Mangru coming in.
Oh, starts with a wide. Starts with a wide.
Groans all around the ground. Wide ball. What a time. What a time to bowl a wide.
Now people are sitting uncomfortably in their seats here at the JV Marks Oval. It looked like a straightforward win. Literally 5 overs ago. A big shot here. Andile Petlokwayo to the middle of this one. There's a man under it. And that is the end of Andile Petlokwayo. Wickets to follow up. And the thunder strikes. Umpires looking to have a conversation here about whether this game goes on.
Whatever the case is, Andile Petlokwayo is disappearing to the dugout. And you'd have to believe that that is it. He got a fantastic 46 from 32 deliveries, and head is hanging in disappointment more than anything. 1 4 and 4 sixes. As the rain starts falling as well, the thunder has been rumbling, and what a picturesque finish to this game. Northwest Dragons are ahead as it stands on DLS, and with the rain that's falling now, I do not believe that we will be on. And The Northwest Dragons shaking hands with each other in the middle. As you can see, the pouring of rain, covers are flooding on, and that, ladies and gentlemen, does look like it will be the conclusion of this match.
A photo finish indeed, Douglas. I thought this the result was decided from quite some time ago. But yes, it's the Dolphins who are behind the DLS required pass score, just losing too many wickets. The match is currently delayed due to rain, but Douglas, I don't see any more balls being bowled for the rest of the day here.
And you hear some screeching of celebration as the Northwest Dragons players leave the field and do not mind the rain, because they will be in fantastic spirits at the moment. We are going to wait for the official call of the match, but as it stands, the Dolphins have fallen 12 runs short, 13 runs short, 12 runs short of their required total. And Northwest Dragons coming home in what's been an absolute humdinger of a clash. Some final thoughts from you, Tsepo.
I must say, Douglas, it looked very straightforward at times. It looked like Northwest were going to comfortably win this game. Major partnership between Mutsami and Chris Brits. Looked like that would have settled the game. But then the rain just made things a little bit more complicated. Then the boundaries made things even more complicated for them. But in the end, it looks like they've done enough. The decision not made quite yet. But you wouldn't expect that the Dolphins would come back from this to get the 13 runs. Sorry, I confused you there. DLS score, pass score is 251, but they needed 13 to win, 252 to actually win this game.
Yeah, fantastic game we've been treated with today, and so glad to have been a part of it. Thanks for joining me out here, Tsepo, and until next time, we will still keep the stream going until we've got that official word. But until then, goodbye.
Peace.